Good morning. Mwaramutse neza. Ubwo dutegereje abandi kandi amasaha akaba yageze, twaba dufata ka cyayi hanze. Noneho mu minota itarenze 10 turatangira. Yego murakoze.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yes. 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 One, two.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Mwaramutse. Jambo sana. Habari ya kuamka. Good. Bonjour. Okay. Mwasozocha. Okay. So we can continue. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks again. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be the facilitator of the day. My name is Alfred Bizoza. I'm a professor of agricultural economics from the University of Rwanda. But today I will be playing the major role as a moderator and facilitator of the session. Honorable Minister of Gender and Family Planning, the country rep from the UN Women, and then Gender Monitoring Officer, and then we have also diplomats present here. We have key officials from different government entities. We have also delegates from the districts. We have also representatives of different organizations, civil organizations. And then we have also people from the academia. All protocol observes, and all people respected here. We really welcome you for this particular session. As you might have seen from the agenda, we are going to have a session of opening remarks by the Honorable Minister in charge of Gender and Family Planning. Promotion, sorry for that. And then we have also remarks from the UN Women country rep. And then we are also going to have another session for the panel, which we are going to be guided again through the questions that we had shared with whoever is concerned. We will also still have a presentation from the work that has been done on the care economics that is going to also give more insights on the discussion of the day. So without further ado, allow me to invite the UN Women representative to come and give us her opening remarks. We can clap for her as she comes.
Muraho neza. A very good morning to you all. Bonjour. I would not want to follow suit, Prof, because I'll be lost on the way. Honorable Wimana Console, Minister of Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion, CGM Mutoni Katiti Nadine, our Chief Gender Monitor, distinguished representatives from the MINALOC, the Development Bank of Rwanda, as we call it, BRD, other government institutions, distinguished representatives from development partners. We want to recognize the presence of embassies and their leaders. We want to also recognize the presence of colleagues from different UN agencies. I could see WFP, UNDP, sister agencies. Thank you very much for joining us. Dear partners, representatives of civil society organizations, and faith-based organizations, among others, all protocols observed. On behalf of UN Women, my organization, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this important dialogue on the care economy and its role in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment and inclusive development. We very much appreciate the partnership and collaboration with the Ministry of Gender and Family Promotion in coordinating this important forum. It's truly a testament of our shared commitment and leadership in advancing the care agenda through strengthened coordination, joint policy advocacy, and our role in promoting greater accountability for the sustainability of the impact we'll be talking about a bit later. Perhaps for those of you who've not been with us since yesterday, this engagement began yesterday with a dialogue and strategizing workshop, bringing together local government authorities. They are here, most of them. You're most welcome once again. And we have in our midst provincial executive secretaries and vice mayors in charge of social affairs, mainly. And at this point, I would really like to pause and appreciate the partnership and the leadership of the Ministry of Local Government, MINALOC, which collaborated with us in convening this workshop, which marks a very important step towards decentralizing and localizing the care agenda. So as you can see, it's happening back to back, which was very much intentional, recognizing that local government plays a central role in translating national policy into concrete actions through planning, budgeting, service delivery, and of course, accountability for the implementation of the commitments that we make as a country. Permit me to say that this dialogue comes at a very important moment. As we speak across the world, and increasingly here in Rwanda, there is a growing recognition that care is not simply a private or a household matter. Care is foundational, a foundational pillar for that matter of our societies and our economies. It sustains our households, it supports our labor markets, it enables human capital development, and contributes directly to social well-being and economic productivity. However, despite its critical role, care work remains insufficiently recognized, valued, and invested in. This was our message. Much of this work continues to fall disproportionately on women and girls, oftentimes limiting their time, economic opportunities, and participation in public life. And bringing it to our context in Rwanda too, evidence increasingly shows that the scale of this imbalance is real. Women continue to spend significantly more time on unpaid care and domestic work, including childcare, cooking, water and firewood collection, caregiving, and other household responsibilities, which are essential to daily life and community well-being. But, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to emphasize that this imbalance is not only a gender equality issue. It is also an economic issue. When unpaid care responsibilities limit women's ability to engage fully in education, in employment, entrepreneurship, and leadership, the impact extends beyond individual households to national productivity and development outcomes. This is why, as UN Women, and I believe as collaborators of this program and this initiative, we say care economy must increasingly be understood as an investment case. Investment in childcare services, investments in social protection, investments in labor-saving infrastructure, decent care jobs, and supportive workplace policies indeed generate benefits across sectors. They support women's participation, strengthen families and communities at the same time, create employment opportunities, and ultimately contribute to more resilient and inclusive economies. And on a positive note, I always say this, Rwanda has already made important strides in advancing gender-responsive policies and systems, including through strong national leadership on gender equality, decentralization, which is very clear. This is why we have our local leaders, local government leaders, and inclusive development. We're also seeing growing attention to the importance of care within the broader development discussions and programming. So today's discussion really aims to build on this momentum. And we're bringing together in this meeting room government institutions, both at national and local levels, development partners, the private sector. I believe they would be here or they are here by now. Civil society, communities. I'm hoping also we have a beneficiary in this gathering, and different actors who I don't necessarily have mentioned, to reflect collectively on the practical pathways forward to address care-related challenges in Rwanda. It's an opportunity to strengthen partnerships and synergies, because we do understand there are a number of efforts that need to be coordinated for impact. And advancing the care agenda cannot be achieved by one institution or one sector alone, which is why we want to bring different sectors together, be it gender, social protection, infrastructure, health, education, economic development, and many others, as we were discussing yesterday. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to emphasize that equally important will be evidence and data. Making unpaid care work more visible through data is essential for informing policies, planning, budgeting, and investment decisions. And through the 3R program, we call it 3R, recognize, reduce, and redistribute is the abbreviation. We have supported the generation of critical evidence on unpaid care work, which provide important insights to inform all efforts across the board by different stakeholders. And you have in front of you probably a one-pager brochure which has a list of knowledge products that have been generated through this program. We are in the era of technology, so if you can scan the QR codes, you'll find all the knowledge products around unpaid care work. Very critical in informing the work we do. We are very much committed to creating platforms for dissemination, dialogue, and practical use of this evidence to strengthen policy and programming responses. The private sector is also a very critical player, which is why I'm hoping we have a private sector representative in this meeting. Care-friendly workplaces, including child care support, flexible working arrangements, and parental leave are not only important for employees and families, but also for productivity, workforce retention, and inclusive economic growth. So as I move quickly to concluding my remarks, as we engage in today's discussions, I'd really like to encourage all of us to think collectively about how we move from recognition, because I believe we are on the right track in terms of recognition, to concrete action in terms of reducing, redistributing, and globally the framework is expanding actually to representation and reward. And I would ask Tace probably to touch upon that. But the questions I do call upon you to reflect on, Prof. Bizoza, probably you'll take note. How do we better integrate care into planning and investment decisions? How do we strengthen coordination and partnerships across sectors and institutions? And how do we position care not as a cost, but as a driver of inclusive and sustainable development? And these are the questions I would pose for us to reflect on. And Rwanda has an important opportunity to continue positioning itself as a leader in advancing innovative and inclusive approaches to gender equality and development. And so strengthening the care economy can be a very important part of that journey. So I call upon you to really not just reflect on the challenges, but also identify practical opportunities for collaboration, investment, and action. As UN Women, we remain committed to the partnerships, working closely with our counterpart, natural partner, MIGEPROF, of course, and all other relevant institutions in the room and outside, so that advancing the care agenda becomes truly a collective effort anchored in our shared responsibility and sustained commitment. I'd like to once again appreciate your commitment and your presence out of your busy schedules. And I look forward to a very rich and constructive discussion today. Thank you very much. Murakoze cyane.
Thank you very much for these good remarks. Before we welcome our Honorable Minister to give her remarks as well, it was also suggested to have at least 2 people to give an overview of what has been discussed yesterday. From those who participated yesterday here, as you know, we had a session of capacity building in this particular area. So we want to have 2 volunteers to give us the reflections of what has been covered yesterday before we move to the next agenda item. We didn't want to point someone, but we want a volunteer. Okay. Can I see any hand raised? Were there no people here yesterday? Just like a summary of like what did you take as a take home? Twashaka kureba mu bantu bari hano ejo bijyanye n'amahugurwa mwakoze, niba mushobora kuduha mu ncamake ibyo mwize cyangwa se ibyo mwaganiriye mbere yuko tutumiranya kwa minister kugira ngo atugezeho ijambo rye yaduteguriye uyu munsi. Twaba tubatunguye? Cyangwa dushobora no kubikora nyuma tumaze no kumva na presentation. Yeah, you have one? Okay. Thank you. Ushobora kuza hano nta kibazo.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, all protocols observed. I just want to give a summary, maybe the key points, like a takeaway, but maybe the other one could add me, but what I could say is just my personal takeaways. Yesterday we tried to explain the key concept about unpaid care work and paid care work, and how we can differentiate it in the context of our provinces, depending on challenges and issues that we face in our day-to-day works. We also understood how the unpaid work is undervalued or are not recognized, yet it sustains the national economy and the local government economy as well. We also understood how the social norms or culture norms, as well as unpaid care work, not to be recognized. What we understood is how to take all those concepts to use them by analyzing the challenges that we are facing in local government. I'm saying local government because I'm the vice mayor, and my day-to-day is local government activities. So actually, what we saw in general is that the unpaid work is not recognized. And we saw that the policies, guidelines in place are not enough to help us to recognize that unpaid care work, and we want to advocate more so that the policy could be enough so that that issue could be resolved. The other thing that I could not forget to say is about 5 hours the distribution, recognition, reward, representation, that could help us to resolve all those issues related to unpaid care work. About recognition, we understood that you have to contribute to continue sensitize the men, or the husband, the families, to be involved in the unpaid care work. We also have to consider the gender equity in terms of unpaid care work, because when you see for the woman who always involved in the unpaid care work, when she combines it with the paid care work, it seems that he works much hours more than men. So the men should be involved even in unpaid care work, so that there is an equity in gender equity in working, let's say like that. For also the distribution, reduction, my takeaway is that we have to avail the infrastructures or to invest in more infrastructures just to reduce that unpaid care work time consuming, like water, like water systems, like electricity cooking systems, cooking, and the other infrastructure that will facilitate those people who is involved in the unpaid care work. But those ones, what we see nowadays is that that unpaid care work, even gender, they are not considered more in our priorities, in our plan, even in our budgeting. So to make it happen, we have to consider them in our priorities and our plan, but also in our budget allocations. Let me stop by here. Maybe others are going to add me. Thank you very much.
I think she deserves more than that. Eh? Great. Wow. And I think I was not here yesterday, but I have the whole course now. And since most of the aspects have been covered, if you allow, Honorable Minister, we can consider only this one intervention. We will have another session for more intervention. Allow me also to invite you to give your remarks, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Dear CGM, dear UN Women Acting Country Representative, distinguished representatives from UN agencies, representatives from government institutions, dear partners, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you to this policy dialogue on the care economy in Rwanda, convened with UN Women and our values partners. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to advancing gender equality and an inclusive economy in our country. We meet at a critical moment in Rwanda's development journey, in which inclusive growth, social protection, and human capacity development are at the center of our economy and the priorities. This dialogue offers a timely opportunity not only to reflect on progress made, but also to confront persistent gaps. This is also an opening to better coordinate and finance action that will integrate care work into our economy. Care work, both paid and unpaid, is the invisible foundation upon which our families, communities, and the economy stand. Yet it remains unequally distributed. Women and girls continue to bear the greatest burden, often to expense of their education, economic participation, leadership opportunities, and the overall well-being. This imbalance is not only a challenge to principle of fairness, it directly affects productivity, economic growth, and human capacity development. Addressing this requires a deliberate gender transformative approach. It calls for affronting harmful social norms, the distribution of care responsibilities across households, communities, and institutions. In Rwanda, this commitment is clearly reflected in our national transformative strategy on engaging men and boys for gender equality, which promotes positive masculinity, shared responsibilities within households, and accountability at all levels of society. We have already made notable progress through legal and policy reforms. This includes recognition of unpaid care, its integration in national development frameworks, and continued investment in child care services and labor-saving technology. The National Gender Policy 2021 reinforces the efforts by promoting gender equality planning, equality access to opportunities, and transformation of social norms. Under NST2, the care economy is increasingly recognized as central to the economic transformation. Strategic investment in social protection, early childhood development, accessible child care services, and decent work in the care sector are contributing to reducing unpaid care burden, creating jobs, and strengthening the resilience of families and communities. This dialogue calls for practical and actionable recommendations, strengthening partnership, aligning policies and budgets, and reinforcing accountability from national to local levels. Sustained collaboration among government, development partners, civil society, private sector, faith leaders, and the media will be essential to ensure that care is fully recognized as a shared social and economic responsibility. With this renewed commitment to addressing the challenges of the care economy, I am pleased to officially open this policy dialogue with expectation that our discussions will lead to concrete, inclusive, and transformative outcome for our country, Rwanda. Thank you. Murakoze.
Yes, thank you again, Honorable Minister, for these insightful remarks. As you can see, we have been also given authorization now to debate and openly and engage in this particular dialogue on care economy. So as you may have seen, just a quick summary, wenda kubashobora kuba batumvise Kinyarwanda, sorry, Icyongereza. Icyagiye kigarukaho cyane ni ukureba uburyo bwo guteza imbere imirimo itandukanye ikorwa n'abari n'abategarugori usanga kenshi idahabwa agaciro kandi mu z'ukuri ifite ikikora haba mu buzima busanzwe ndetse haba no mu buryo bw'ubukungu. Nidukomeza kuganira muraza kureba mu matsinda cyangwa se tekerezo bitandukanye n'ubundi bigenda byunganira ibyagarutsweho haba ejo cyangwa se ndetse n'uyu munsi. Kigaragara cyane nuko tugomba kureba uburyo iyo mirimo itandukanye ishobora gufatwa nk'aho ari ingufu zidufasha guteza imbere ubukungu bwacu cyangwa se n'imibereho, bitafatwa gusa nk'aho ari ibintu bisubizwa inyuma umwari n'umutegarugori. If you allow me again, we are going to have a presentation. This presentation has been compiled for the sake of showing case of the care economy, especially in the context of Rwanda. And this is going also to be, before we do the presentation, let me take you through the agenda so that you know what are the follow-up activities as we wait someone who is going to do the presentation with us immediately. As they are going to project, let me just read quickly to save time. After this presentation on the status of unpaid care work in Rwanda, we are going to have a testimony of one of the project participants. This testimony is part of the insights, it's part of the facts that basically reflect still on the care economy. And then we'll have also a health break with a group photo. That's how we normally say. But that's an evidence to support that we have been here together. And then we will have a very important session. The health break will take just 10 minutes. And then we'll have a panel discussion, which is going to bring together representative from the Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning, someone from representative from GMO, representative from Guambrek, and also representative from BRD. And these institutions were selected purposely to continue to inform us, also to reflect on this subject matter. And then we'll have now an open session for plenary discussions where we are going to discuss and also draw some recommendations. And these recommendations will help to design the next steps, but also to make some follow-up mechanisms. As we have heard from the remarks from both the UN Women representative and also the Honorable Minister, the aspect of care economy, it needs to be given attention. So from this panel discussion, we need to know exactly what is the current state, where are we now, what are the gaps, and also what are the key both policy and programmatic interventions that are needed to ensure that the gaps observed already can be addressed. So, and then at the end we'll also have concluding remarks and also have a moment of sharing and also networking. So without further ado, let me invite Tess Kazuba to come and give us the presentation on the status of unpaid care work in Rwanda. You're welcome. As we welcome her, we can also give applause.
Good morning, Honorable Minister and distinguished guests. It's such a privilege for me to be here with you to present on the status of unpaid care work in Rwanda. Mwaramutse neza. Ni ibyishimo kuri jyewe kubapresenta uko unpaid care work imeze. Twagiye dukora n'amadistrict ari hano kuva mu 2021 mu kwa munani. Kugera uyu munsi byinshi byarakozwe. I hope we will enjoy the presentation and get to understand and also get to engage more. Thank you. Next. Next, please. So we are going to start by just briefly responding why care. Our country representative Tiki, Honorable Minister, have already tackled on that. And as you know, care is vital for the well-being of society and economies. Yet, the undervaluing and unequal social organization of care work is a systemic driver of gender inequality. Care is a public good, meaning that its benefits extend, and beyond those to whom it is directly provided. Tubivuze nko mu Kinyarwanda, twese kugira ngo tuze ahangaha twagize uduha ikintu icyayi, twagize udufasha kuduterera umwenda, dufite uwadufashije guhanagura inkweto cyangwa iyo ni care. That is care, that is direct care. But we also have many other services that we get on a daily basis in our lives around care, being direct or indirect, paid or unpaid. Some of us have children and are being taken care of by their teachers, and others are being catered for by nurses, other hospitals. That is care. So care work, both paid and unpaid, supports all other sectors, providing the foundation on which societies and economies function. Despite its critical importance, care work has historically been undervalued and under-recognized, with women and girls bearing the disproportionate burden. As the Vice Mayor, who graciously shared with us the feedback of yesterday, Vice Mayor from Rusizi, thank you so much. She tackled everything. The disproportionate burden was on responsibility was tackled yesterday by our local authorities, mentioning how the day of a rural woman look like and how a day of a woman in the public or in the city look like. You still have a lot to do if you are in the urban or same as in the rural area. So quickly, we can see the status from the baseline survey done by the project in 2022 in 8 districts, and the 8 districts are in peri-urban, urban, and rural. We saw that women in rural spend 7.1 hours per day working on an unpaid care work, as opposed to 2.1 hours, and the same is in urban and peri-urban for men, while for women it differs a bit to 6.9. Access to time-saving infrastructure has an effect on unpaid care work, definitely. In rural, there is most of the time limited access to time-saving infrastructure like fuel wood, water, and electricity. And we have also conducted a feasibility study to see what is most needed, what is critical in the rural area. We found 3 key areas, that was water, fuel wood, and childcare, ECDs. So as you can see, urban has access to electricity, water, cooking gas, and many more. But again, the paid care is still not affordable by everyone. We also tackled about perceptions. Perceptions was very compelling from the findings, because we noted that even among women, they agree about the disproportionate share of unpaid care work, but also it is very alarming again to see how they sometimes are going to transfer that to the young generation. For example, let me say this in Kinyarwanda, 90% y'abadamu cyangwa se abagore bashatse bumva bishimiye uko imirimo itangwa mu rugo, uko babisanze nabo bumva ariko bigomba gukorwa, nta muhungu wenda ugomba gukubura cyangwa ajye mu mashyiga n'ibindi. Ugasanga 78% y'ababajijwe nanone bashatse bumva yuko nabo abashakanye babo babyishimiye. Ariko rero igishimishije nuko abagabo hari igihe bumva kuko uko kuntu bimeze atari byo, ko hari icyahinduka, ko hari icyo bafasha kurushaho, ariko nanone ntacyo babikoraho. Nuvuga ngo hakeneye kwigishwa, hakenewe n'ibindi bintu byinshi birenze iyi mibare bivuga ngo nukuri niba iyi mirimo twemera ko ari y'agaciro, reka tuyisaranganye. Ubwo for further information you can look on the flyers of sheet in front so that you can dig deep into the results of the findings, and this is on the baseline survey on unpaid care work. The perceptions again continuing, 14% among 18 numbers of females interviewed said that it's okay if they are beaten while they have spoiled food, for example. And 11.9, this is 12% of men, said it's not okay. Nukuvuga ngo natwe ubwacu nk'ababyeyi nk'abagore hari ihohoterwa twemererwa ko twakorerwa kubera ko hari ibyo tutakoze neza mu nshingano zacu za buri munsi. Rero niba iryo hohoterwa turyemera, nuga ngo uburere turi butange no kwa nabo bacu b'abakobwa ntabwo buri baribwo. ngo nukubitwa niko zubakwa. Ukwiriye gukora iyi mirimo yose ukayihererezaho, kandi wagakwiye guteganya ko umwana w'umuhungu n'umwana w'umukobwa bashobora kwifatanya ubuzima bukagenda neza. Kubera iyo mpamvu rero twakoze dukora ubushakashatsi tureba ngo ese ibyo twatanze muri bya bintu bitatu batubwiye ko ari ingenzi byafashije iki. And the findings from the impact assessment was made with aim to make sure that do we really say that the solutions that we gave, time and energy saving technologies, have really contributed to the alleviation of the responsibility of care at household level. And can we say that care has been recognized, reduced, redistributed among household members? And we found that time and labor saving really had a ripple effect at economic level, health and environmental level, child care support definitely, and social and gender impact. Let me highlight the environmental achievement. 80% of the respondents confirmed that it reduced time to women and girls spent fetching water by 1 to 2 hours per day. But also, they said they managed to save at least 8% of the fuel wood with that particular cooking kit. The cooking kit is called chanarumwe, and chanarumwe mu Kinyarwanda ni chanarumwe nyine, but it has the capacity of save 80. The Wonder Box or runonko ni ikintu kimeze nka frigo, nibwo ariko twabyita, ariko si frigo ahubwo kiranashyushya kandi kikabika ibyo kurya neza. Nuvuga ngo niba gishobora gufasha umuturage agateka rimwe, ari yamvu niri bugabanuke, umwotsi yahuraga nawe acana uragabanuka, ndetse n'amafaranga yaguraga izo nkwi yiyongere, abashe gusavinga, kuzigama. Mu kanya turaza kureba akavideo kabivuga neza, tubivane muri theory tubijyane noneho no mu buryo bufatika bw'imibare. Ku byerekeye ubuzima, nkuko nababwiye koko barahumeka neza, child care support through ECDs. Now we have ECDs that were reinforced, and especially we are happy that we have UNICEF in the room, most welcome. We have really noted that it is very, very key to have children in the ECDs cared for so that women can be able to participate in the economy. And social and gender impact, the project contributed to that as well, to enhance confidence in cooperatives, but also to give social harmony in the household. And this is not only at household level, but it gives also the voice to the women who now is bringing something on the table. So this was about the impact assessment. Regarding the mapping, again, you can find the full reports on the QR code on the sheet in front of you. We really noted that there is a lot that is happening in Rwanda in terms of care, but the efforts are scattered. We are scattered because we have those who are in ECD. Most of the time when we are talking about care economy, the thing that we think comes in our mind is about child care. But we have even more. We have people living with people with disabilities. We have elderly people, sick people, and we have also, let us say, about even caring for those who are caring, because we need to strengthen their capacities. We need to professionalize the caregivers in such a way that all those information, all those interventions are coordinated. We need the private sector to make sure that they're investing in these efforts so that we know that it's an area that we can tap into to care, but also to earn livings. So again, I will really recommend you to go through the report, read, and understand more, to make sure that you are contributing together to reduce this problem. Yes, and then we were also able to see the labor force survey findings and how it is really bringing out the unemployment rate of women. If by November 2025 we have 13 women unemployed compared to 10 to women of men, it means there is a red flag. We know women are many, but still unemployed, but also underemployed. The labor force survey can be found on the NISR link or portal. But most of the time you find that women are really lagging behind in these spheres because of that responsibility at household level, at workplace level, and we tend to call it the triple role of a woman: reproductive, productive, but also community level. So we need an effort, unified effort, to make sure that we are advancing the agenda. CARE is not standalone. It is really contributing to the SDGs. We have many linkages of CARE as a driver of the sustainable development goals, a human development well-being area, but also infrastructure and service delivery, economic growth and equity. You can see it contributes to no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, SDG 4 definitely, equality, education, and many more. So investing in care systems accelerates progress across the SDGs and leaves no one behind. What can be done then? We talked about the 3 R's. Our colleague from Rusizi talked about it. We can reduce it. We can reduce it by sharing labor-saving technology, by providing them, again, the private sector on a reasonable price. So what if we think about collaterals? What if we think about subsidizing? What if we think about de-risking those utilities? We also need to recognize, yesterday our provincial executive secretaries, I think from the North, Pascal, talked about education, educating and educating again. And we think that education comes here. Tukabyigisha muri structures dufite iwacu mu midugudu, mu tugari, mu mirenge, imigoroba y'imiryango, n'izindi platforms zose zihari kugira ngo ubutumwa bugere kure hashoboka. Birashoboka ko uyu munsi twabivuga hano bikagarukira mu nzego z'ubuyobozi. Ariko nitugenda tukabivuga mu muganda, tukabivuga muri platform yindi runaka, hari icyo biri bufashe, hari icyo biri buhindura mu myumvire. And then redistribute affordable and accessible care service, but also men and boys engagement and take more responsibilities at household. We are happy we are having Ramrek is going to talk about more on that. Ni ingenzi cyane ko abana b'abahungu n'abakobwa, abagabo n'abagore basangira izi nshingano mu rugo. Ntibigarukire mu rugo gusa, bikagera noneho no kuri community. Ni izihe nshingano duha umwana w'umukobwa n'izo duha umwana w'umuhungu. Bikagera no ku gihugu. Iyo tuvuze redistribution hazamo na states. Ntabwo bigarukira ku miryango gusa, byajya noneho no mu nyandiko, ndetse bikajya no mu zindi nzego zose zifatirwamo ibyemezo. So ntabwo ndikomeze gutinda, nifuzaga kubaha noneho n'amajwi y'aba beneficiaries cyangwa participants bababwira uko babibonye muri uno mushinga. Murakoze cyane. Thank you so much for your diligent attention.
hajemo amakimbirane yuko nta kintu ninjija. Narindi umugore witinya, narindi umugore waheranwe n'akazi ko mu rugo, habaga igihe hajemo amakimbirane yuko nta kintu ninjija.
Iyo umugore akora ku ifaranga asa neza, umugabo we nta muca inyuma, nta namusuzugura, hari byinshi yikemurira atabanje kumubaza.
Ubuzima kubera ko nakoraga imirimo myinshi, akazi ko kujya gutora inkwi, akazi ko kuvoma.
Yabaga ari umuntu uhora mu rugo, ari uwo kwita ku bana gutyo gusa, ari uwo guteka, ibyo ngibyo ntabwo twari tubanye neza. Ubwo rero aho uyu mushinga uziye amahugurwa, ndetse nanjye yarampuguye, ubu nzi neza ko ari umumaro kuri njyewe.
I'm proposing to stop here maybe to make sure that everything is working well and come back later, because it's a very good video, a 4-minute video from our project beneficiaries. We actually have one of them here present. She's going to be sharing her testimony. Yvonne was ugatanga ubutumwa bwawe noneho arangije byatunganye neza tukaza kumva nayo majwi y'abandi ba beneficiaire ariko hari byinshi byagezweho kandi turabasaba kugira ngo mubyumve neza. Ni karibu Yvonne.
Murakoze, amazina yanjye nitwa Uwamurera Yvonne. Ntuye mu murenge wa Gikomero, akarere ni aka Gasabo, akagari ni munini, umudugudu ni Mutokerezwa. Mbere na mbere mbanje gushima UN Women yageze iwacu mu murenge wa Gikomero 2024. Nanjye ndi umufatanyabikorwa UN Women yagezeho. Mbere yuko Women igera iwacu, UN Women igera iwacu mu murenge wacu, nari umugore ukorerwa ihohoterwa mu mirimo idahabwa agaciro mu rugo. Nari nzi neza ko imirimo yose ireba abagore indeba ari inshingano zanjye, ariko mbere na mbere ikintu bamanje kumfasha cya mbere ni amahugurwa. Tumaje guhugurwa, nageze mu rugo nganiriza umugabo wanjye, mfite abana 3, abahungu ni 2, umukobwa n'umwe, umukobwa niwe mutoye. Naravunikaga nabwira umuhungu ngo nakubure, papa akambwira terekada, ntabwo umwana w'umuhungu wanjye agomba gukubura zabimbwa. Noneho nkavunika kugira ngo njye guhinga, nubwo tuye mu karere ka Gasabo ariko nimwe mu mirenge y'icyaro, turahinga, twavomaga kure bishoboka, ahantu tuvoma ni ku isoko, byibura bigusaba nk'isaha n'igice kugira ngo ujye kuvoma. Nazana ijerekani y'amazi ntagire ikintu imara, yabura amazi yo gukaraba, tuvuye nko guhinga ugasanga arankubise. UN Women rero imaje kugera iwacu duhuguye, bitubwira iramirimo idahabwa agaciro dukora. Mbere na mbere baramanje baratubaza ngo dukora iki, turavuga ngo ntacyo dukora. Ko twumvaga nyine ko umuntu ari mu rugo ntacyo abamaze, nyine nta kazi agira. Twumva nyine n'umunyakazi ni uwo mu biro, ni uwagiye nyine ku kazi kamuhera umushahara. Rero imaje kumpugura, nageze mu rugo mbyigisha umugabo, ntabwo akanya yahise abyumva. Nyuma ngiye mu badamu nyobana nagiriwe icyizere, bantora mpagarariye abagore mu kagari kacu ka Munini, inshuti y'umuryango ku rwego rw'umurenge n'injye uzihagarariye. Itsinda nari ndimo ry'abagore rero niryo banadufashijemo. Ndababwira nti twabonye umushinga witwa UN Women ugiye kutwigisha ku mirimo dukora idahabwa agaciro. Nyine abadamu bahitambwa reka keretse abagabo nabo babyumvisha kuko badukubita, ubwo se bavuga gute ko umugabo yasenya, wowe ungugiye guteka ngo umugabo najye gushaka inkwi. Mbere na mbere ikintu bamanje kuduha rero nyuma y'amahugurwa cya kabiri ni imbabura, imwe basobanuye cana rumwe. Iracana rumwe yaradukoreye cyane. Urumva dutuye mu mirenge y'icyaro, bicanwa twe ducana inkwi nyine, amakara ntago twese turayageraho ku iterambere. Twaguraga inkwi z'igihumbi ukazicana umunsi umwe. Waba wazitoraguye ni ibintu by'ibirere, ni ibintu byo mu ishyamba nyine twagiye gushakisha. Ariko irambabura ihageze yatumye tuba abagore basobanutse, ngira ngo nanjye murandeba. Narakarabye kuko ntago mbere nabonaga umwanya wo kwiyitaho. Navaga guhinga, urumva mu gitondo nabyutse ntunganya umwana muto afite imyaka 6 yigaga icyo gihe baza muri garde ya 2. Namara kumutunganya nkateka igikoma, bikamvuna nkajya guhinga nkerewe, ariko imbabura nyibone niyo runonko naratetse ibiryo nkabisiga muri runonko, twava guhinga tukarya ibiryo bishyushye. Urumva zamwe mu gitondo nakoresheje nizo mpise ntekesha, ibiryo urabipfundikira muri iyo runonko ugasanga bigishyushye. Saa sita rero umugabo abiri yarambaza ati iki kintu wagikuye he? Ko harya ngabura ibiryo bikonje, ibiryo bishyushye wabitetse ryari ko twari turimo guhingana, ibiryo bishyushye bivuye hehe? Nabwira ni UN Women yaduhaye ira imbabura, yatise ko wajya gugura inkwi za buri munsi ukaba utakigura inkwi. Nari ndi mu itsinda ariko na savingaga nabi. Urumva kugura inkwi z'igihumbi ukaziteka umunsi umwe, ariko byibura inkwi z'igihumbi sigenze zitekesha icyumweru cyose. Saving yanjye rero yangiriye umumaro. Mu itsinda baza UN Women mu kwa 8 nagabanya amafaranga 120 ko na savingaga nabi, ariko 2025 mu kwa 8 nagabanya amafaranga 300 nyagura inka y'ikimasa. ngira ngo muri bumbone hari no muri video nanjye nibonye ndi kugaburira inka naguzemo ikimasa ngira umugabo ni mwitsinda nagabanye ngura ikimasa maje kugura ikimasa umugabo abona none ko yenze ko dusezerana byemeye n'amategeko tujyana gusezerana tumaje gusezerana ubwo yaramaje kubona ko nanjye ndi uw'agaciro tugeze iwacu aransaba mu bukwe nk'igitaramo kimeze nk'uko abantu bavamo baduhinga abadusuye mu rugo barabibonye mfite nk'eshatu iyo nka yarabyaye badoye mu gitaramo nk'iki abantu bamaje kubona ko mugabo amaje kubona ko ndi uw'agaciro n'abandi babonye ko dukwiye agaciro mu rugo bama inka rero ibyara ikimasa ubundi kunywa amata n'abana banywa amata nyuma ntago ari byo UN Women yampaye gusa yampaye n'ikigega rero naje mu mahugurwa baratoza ati kiri mu murenge wanyu kibangamye ni iki nahise mvuga amazi kubera ko ijerekani y'amazi mu kwezi kwa 8 wacigura 600 500 twajya kuvoma nta mugore uvoma kuri iryo riba baragukubita abari inkomati turarwana tugataba ducireho imyenda saba rero amazi no kuri UN Women iradufasha duha ikigega cyari turi 5,000 ni iby'agaciro twarishimye ngende no kugifata ku murenge nararize cyane kuko numvaga ibintu bampaye by'ubuntu ntazagira icyo mbyongeraho kandi bingabanyirije imirimo byaranshimishije rero kugeza uwo ndiwe aho bansanze ubundi umugore w'agaciro abana banjye twariciye n'umugabo tubagabanya imirimo umwana wanjye mukuru afite imyaka 17 nagize ibyago byo kubyara imburagihe namubyaye mfite imyaka 16 ntakaza amashuri narangije natakaje amashuri ngeze mu mwaka 3 segonderi sinabasha gusubira ku ishuri urumva ndera abana nanjye ndi mutoya nkakurwa niyo mirimo imvunye ariko nyuma nicaza abana banjye byibura ko mbaye w'agaciro amakimbirana aragabanyuka mu rugo tukajya tubaganiriza ariko mbere ntago twaganiraga umugabo yarazaga akambaza ati kuki utarahisha nkaba ndakubiswe n'abana banjye bagahora bahungetwa nta mutekano mu rugo uhari ariko amahugurwa twayaboneye byibura tukagarura amahoro mu rugo abana banjye bamenye ko imirimo yose ireba abahungu kandi ireba n'abakobwa murumva ko umukobwa mfite aracyari mutoya ariko abahungu umwe namuhaye inshingano twakoze inama y'umuryango mu rugo twiga inshingano ko tugiye kuzikora mu gitondo umwana mfite w'imfura arabyuka agakama umukurikiye arabyuka agakubura nanjye ngateka igikoma kakana gatoya nako nakigishe koza amasahani nako koza ibyo byanse bagiye gukamiramo noneho umugabo nawe ajya gutema ubwatsi kugira ngo ya masaha abana bajye kwiga badakererwa icyo byamariye rero binshimishije soza icyo byamariye ni cyinshi urumva ya masaha nafataga njya kuvoma byagize societe nziza umuturanyi wanjye azankamuha amazi hano dutuye rwose ni mu cyaro pe ni mu mujyi wa Kigali ni mu karere ka Gasabo ariko ni mu cyaro ariko abantu duturanye baraza nkabaha amazi namenye kwiyitaho nkaruhuka murabona ko nkarabankeye ariko mbere nago nakarabaga namenye kuruhuka n'umugabo none haraza akabona ko ndi uw'agaciro kuko tukibana inyuma byara abana babiri mu gasozi kubera ko yazaga agasanga nsa nabi nta mwanya wo gukaraba ntaki ariko ubu ngubu araza agasanga nsa neza nakarabye nanjye mpagarara mu bandi nkumva ndi uw'agaciro mfite ijambo kubera UN Women murakoze
Thank you so much. Urakoze cyane Yvonne. Murumva ko ni ibintu by'agaciro atubwiye nta nubwo ariko na video turayumva nukuri. Allow me to briefly summarize. She said that she was married actually she's among teen mothers. She got the first baby at 16. Now the firstborn is 17 years old, but she was not valued after that. She only was experiencing abuse in her home. She first of all explained how before, since she has 2 sons as the 2 first children, the last one is a girl, she used to be doing many things, many chores at home with the youngest child. Because the husband was saying, no, my son is not going to sweep, he can be a failure in life as ashobora kubimbwa. And then she said, but after the training, after the arrival of UN Women, she's now having value in the home. She has a voice. She's able to speak and at least influence some decisions. She mentioned one thing that was very, very important. She used to save 120,000 in a cooperative because the fuel wood was expensive. 1,000 per day of fuel wood, even if they are in Gasabo. Gasabo is part of Kigali, but it's a rural area. Today, she's able to save 300 in the cooperative. 300,000, yes. So it means there is an increase of 180. Again, she said that the husband, after noting that she's a woman of value, she's bringing the cooking kit. And one of the benefit of the cooking kit was the warm food. She said that the husband is now checking, is it possible to eat warm food even at lunchtime? And didn't cook, you are not buying fuel wood and many more. But she's saying that after noting that even the water tank, he took a step and go and make a dowry, a cultural dowry, and they even get married legally, officially in the civil authorities. She's very happy about it. And the good thing is the meeting of the family and the redistribution of chores at family level. So there is a lot, the list is very long, but we really thank you. And you can see that the benefits, the returns in terms of investing in very simple steps of advancing the care agenda can really bear fruits. Can we now have the video? Thank you.
Narindi umugore witinya, narindi umugore waheranwe n'akazi ko mu rugo, habaga igihe hajemo amakimbirane yuko nta kintu ninjija.
Iyo umugore akora ku ifaranga asa neza, umugabo we nta muca inyuma, nta namusutsugura, hari byinshi yikemurira atabanje kumubaza.
Ubuzima bwanjye bwari bumeze nabi kubera ko nakoraga imirimo myinshi, nk'akazi ko kujya gutora inkwi, akazi ko kuvoma.
Yabaga ari umuntu uhora mu rugo, ari uwo kwita ku bana gutyo gusa, ari uwo guteka ibyo ngibyo, ntabwo twari tubanye neza. Ubwo rero aho uyu mushinga uziye amahugurwa, ndetse nanjye yarampuguye, ubu nzi neza ko ari umumaro kuri njyewe kandi nawe azi ko ndi umumaro kuri we.
Twangizaga ibidukikije, baduhariye amashyiga acana rumwe, nimba waratemaga ibiti bitatu usigaye utema kimwe kikakumaza nk'ukwezi. Amafaranga asohoraga ku kwezi byari 10,000, hasigaye ari 3,000, andi nkayajyana mu gatsinda nkizigama.
Ikintu cyari kitugoye cyane nico gucana. Ubu kiro cy'amakara ni 700, ariko ubu kugura ng'igiti mu gitari c'2,000 ukagicana ng'ukwezi kwitesha imbere. Ubu mugabo ndacu tugipfa, mbere twahoraga turi gushwana, turi gupfa ngo watinze guteka, watinze kugira ute.
Umushinga uziye twatangiye kwigishwa ko abantu bashobora kujya mu matsinda bakiteza imbere. Ubundi umugore umwe mu bagemurira ibigo by'amashuri imboga.
Amahugurwa yamfashije njyewe ubwanje nayo gutegura umushinga. Nabashije kwizigama amafaranga agera muri 1,860,000. Uwo mushinga nkaba nzi ko ufite aho uzankura n'aho uzangeza.
Saa 9 z'ijoro hari akabanga k'umusozi ka hano hirya kitwa Nyagahondo twavomagaho, tukagenda tukajya gushaka ya mazi, ukayabona saa 4 saa 5 cyangwa saa 8 n'ikigibije kandi bikaba igihari. Noneho wayazana wageza mu rugo, umugabo ntabone ko wavunitse, ugasanga cyabaye ikibazo. Yewe ni women maze kuduha ibigega, noneho amazi araboneka. Urukumva ari amakimbirane yaragabanutse, byampesheje agaciro.
Hari ikibazo cy'uko abana birirwaga bazerera, bamwe na bamwe bakanabahohotera. UN igira neza ituzanirira ishuri, abana ubu barahirirwa bafite umutekano, nta kibazo bafite.
Umubyeyi asigaye agenda nta kibazo afite. Ubwo rero irerero ryaje ari igisubizo ku bantu gutekano gace.
Muri iyi ECD hari ibintu byinshi byahindutse ku iterambere ry'umwana. Abarimu bahanga bajya babwira ati se nta yandi mahugurwa.
Batubwiye ko abana bafite ubumuga ari abana nk'abandi, bagomba kuja muri societe y'abandi bana bakiga. Ubu yarajijutse.
Manweri yatangiye muri kuriya mwaka gwasize, ubu ni igihembwe cya kabiri ari kwiga ubu aho umwana agiriyemo ndagenda nkaja gukora nk'ikiraka haza nkavuga ngo wenda ndizigamana 500 ubwo nkakomeza ubuzima
mara guhura na wundi wumeni nabonye agaciro mu rugo nabonye ko inzozi zanjye zihindutse nkakora ibyateza imbere urugo rwanjye ndashima Bishanede na UN Women n'Abadage kuko batekereje ku mugore wo mu cyaro bakomerezaho
ntabwo bahinze ku rutare abo bahuguye twarumvise kandi twahawe agaciro nk'abagore
Very inspiring and but also touching. Yeah, sometimes it's always to also consider some of these realities. And also building on the testimony from Yvonne, you could see that there is a lot that has been done, but also there is still some gaps to be addressed. And I think this project is not ending in terms of its mandate, in terms of interventions. Rather, how do we really do more of such interventions that are very transformative? And you could see from what I have been discussing, the issue of recognizing first is very important. To recognize that unpaid care work is an issue. So women need to be recognized of their efforts in different interventions, in different activities. Number two, how to reduce some of these challenges, how to create some conducive environment that will allow reduction of these inequalities. And then you have also the redistribution. We have seen ways of creating new jobs or new employment for some of these people. And what I like most, you could also see touching aspect of inclusion. Inclusion of different categories of people, including people with disabilities. So thanks again for UN Women and also the partners who have really made this tangible. And I think from also the remarks from the Honorable Minister, we had that there is transformative interventions that are also provided in the national in national policy on gender and family promotion. So this is really critical. We are going to have, after a short break for 10 minutes, we are going to have first a group photo, and then we have a short break for 10 minutes. And then we will now enter into a session that is going to deep dive some of these critical aspects from policy perspective, from private sector level, from the financing sector, and also from civil society organization perspective. So let me invite the team in charge of taking photo to help us have this group photo. And then we have a break, 10 minutes, and then we resume our session, the panel discussion. Get ready for your picture. We need your guidance, yes.
Yes. On that note, let's make our way up front and line up on the stage and have the group photo before going into the break. Thank you.
We want to be taken picture while you are sitting. Let's go. Let's make our way up front, please. grasp a cup of tea, coffee, and then come back.
we can start coming in so that we can start again our next session. Please come in. Can we come and take our seats, please? Let's come in, please, those who are still outside. We can start with our next phase. Can you come in, please? Those who are still standing outside. So let's start with our next session of panel discussion. We have invited people who are going to guide us in this discussion. If you can reduce the music, please. The tech team, if you can reduce the music. Hello, turi kumwe twese? Let me see your hand if you are together. Can I see your hand? Okay, now I can see we are together. So allow me to invite the four panelists that we are going to lead together this session. Allow me to invite Mutoni Gatsinzi Nadine, who is the Chief Gender Monitor, to join the high table for our discussion. You can clap for her. Yes, feel free, yes. Thank you so much. Allow me also to invite Estelle Uizeye from BRD. Welcome, Estelle. Allow me also to invite stewards from MINICOFIN to join the table as well. Steward, we want to, yes, welcome. Allow me also to invite Vena, who is representing Gwamrek. Welcome. So I was trying to do some redistribution so that our table and our people are balanced. So we are going to have a session that is going to lead us to some of the recommendations and also some of the actions that we need to take, building on the previous presentation that we have had, but also building on the keynote speaks from our guest of honor and also the UN country representative. On my side, starting with Stuart. Stuart is from MINICOFIN. He's going to give also the perspective from MINICOFIN as an institute of an entity of government that is mainly in charge of planning and also policies. We have also the Chief Gender Monitor from GMO, which is also an organ from the government that also helps to monitor all aspects linked to gender equality, gender promotion, gender equity. And then we have also Estelle from the BRD, which is a development bank. So we are also going to have the perspective from the banking sector, how to really support this care economy. And then we have also Vena from Gwamrek, who is also going to give us a perspective from the gender equality, but also trying to see how the men can be engaged in this process of care economy. I will have some few questions, but feel free to ask. You will also have time to ask some questions, starting from MINICOFIN. As a ministry in charge of economic planning and also in charge of finances. And then we have seen aspect of considering some of these investments that are also relevant to promote the care economy. Could tell us exactly what is being done by the ministry from the policy perspective, so that we can also hear what are the gaps and where efforts are needed to be done. So the floor is yours, Stewart.
Thank you very much. My name is Chazo Stewart from the Ministry of Finance. I'm the planning analyst in charge of social cluster, where gender falls. Maybe background, when I entered MINALOC, I was a focal person of gender, but as time went on, I became an advocate.
Right.
So at MINALOC, for us, our role is mainly upstream, looking at policy and supporting in ensuring that care systems and interventions are integrated into national planning, but also ensuring that we create a fiscal architecture and a policy environment that allows those services to be implemented and at scale. So mainly our role is to make sure that care systems and interventions are visible in the national planning framework, also to ensure that we integrate them into our budgets, and also they are implemented not only at central level, at MIGEPROF and NCDA, but down to the districts. And then also to ensure that we monitor their implementation to see that we achieve the targets as in our NST2 and Vision 2050. So how do we do it? So we ensure that care systems and interventions are embedded in the national policies and planning frameworks. As Honorable Minister MIGEPROF mentioned it in our opening remarks, the care economy has been mainstreamed in our NST2 in all sectors. We want to see that gender and equality and women empowerment is mainstreamed. So we don't only focus on gender as a cross-cutting area, but we also ensure that even under family promotion, there's that kind of equality. Also implement interventions in ECD, that is child care, also ECEs under Ministry of Education, to health, ensuring that we have equal and high quality access to health care systems, social protection, care for elderly, people with disabilities, both women and the youth. And also we go beyond that to see that we invest in labor-saving infrastructure. For instance, we ensure that there's equal access to water, and our target today in NST2 is to ensure that we bring water at least to 200 meters from the household. Maybe with time we shall go on pushing it towards inside the household. Then also we are under Ministry of Environment and REMA. We are implementing interventions related to ensuring clean cooking technologies are accessed, to see that we reduce on the use of biomass, and also to ensure that the cooking doesn't take so much time for anyone involved in care. Then also we have one that is under mobility transport, to ensure that we invest in infrastructure that not only in urban areas, but also in rural areas, whereby we're now investing in feeder roads to see that we promote movement and safe use of roads and transport systems. I think you've seen how we have been implementing the dedicated bus lanes to see that public transport is improved. For those of us, we don't delay on the road. All women don't complain that our husbands have taken long to come back home to help us with house chores. So all of these interventions are aimed at reducing the burden on unpaid care and to ensure inclusive participation in the economy, especially for the women and the youth. Secondly, we use budget frameworks and tools. Here we all know at the beginning of the planning process, around October, we issue what we call a planning and budget call circular, where we request all institutions to submit their plans for the next fiscal year. Here we try to ensure that the plans respond to the needs of all the Rwandans, both women, youth, and everyone. So we also implement the mandatory budget statements to see how the plans we have done actually address the issue of inequalities in society. And then also we ensure that sectors and districts plan and budget for the care services from the start, not just an afterthought. So thirdly, we also oversee and guide intergovernmental transfers. We talk about earmarked funds from the central government to local government to implement these interventions at a grassroots level. So this comes to supplement the total budgets at the district level because a lot of interventions at grassroots. So this we implement them through districts. So here we finance interventions like ECDs. We have home-based ECDs, and now we are trying to push for community-based ECDs to see that we implement them well and manage them well. We have interventions in health, community health workers, CBHI, ensuring that health posts at grassroots level are well functioning, and also they have that kind of system that flows through up to the national referral hospitals. We also have interventions under debt shore protection, where we have some cash transfers under debt support to help the elderly, to help the people with disabilities. We also have implement VUP interventions, both public works, and also now we are trying to integrate a component called home-based ECDs. We are going to ensure that the before unpaid care work now is paid for people who support us with ECDs, the caregivers. Then also at local government, we also implement projects related to infrastructure. We provide rain harvesting infrastructure like water tanks. We also implement different projects in transport, energy, trade, the modern markets. So we also have interventions related to de-risking. They talked about de-risking some of these services to see that they are affordable. We provide subsidies where possible. For example, in transport, the teacher, we provide some kind of subsidies to ensure that we improve the mobility of everyone. We also ensure that we provide a bit of subsidies in health, the mituweli, to see that access to health care is ensured. And also on cooking technologies, maybe someone from RDB will talk about that. The cooking technologies, the project we had with cooking technologies. We also oversee the fiscal incentives and innovative financing mechanism, where we ensure that all the interventions, all priorities submitted by sectors are well funded. Those cannot be funded through our domestic budget. We work with our partners to see how we can bridge the financing gap. So through PPPs, blended financing, and sometimes we use the community model approach, like for home-based ECDs, although it's still some gaps, but we are trying to see how we can solve them. Then finally, we do regular monitoring of the implementation of these projects to see that they achieve their objective in addressing issues to the individual beneficiaries, but also changing their lives for the better. So in short, NST2 sets the why. That means we have the targets in NST2 to ensure that we have sustainable economic growth, but more so to ensure a high quality of life for all Rwandans. Then the budget framework paper or the gender budget statements set the how. So how are we going to get there? Then the transfers to the district or the budgets we allocate on these interventions and outcomes sets the proof and evidence that we want to achieve these targets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stuart. Yeah, this is a very good overview of different interventions from the planning and policy perspective that are planned and that are being implemented. I will come back to you maybe to a question, because one question that keeps coming is that, do you still consider gender as a cross-cutting area, and how do you really make sure that those plans that you have discussed are delivered on the ground through different government entities or decentralized entities. I think that's also another area that we would like to hear from you before we move to the next person. Maybe quickly on that as well.
Yes, we consider gender as a cross-cutting area, and one of the ways we ensure that gender aspects are mainstreamed is right from the development of NST2, we worked with the gender machinery to ensure that all the interventions capture gender-sensitive interventions and targets, clear targets. So every fiscal year, as we are planning, we issue out templates to institutions, both central and local government, targeting projects that have huge budgets to see how is the budget going to be utilized to address the key issues that affects people in the communities, but looking at how are they bridging the gap that is there in terms of inequalities. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. As I move to Nadine, we know that Gender Monitoring Office, one of the mandate areas to ensure really that some of these programs and also aspect of gender equity and equality are also mainstreamed but also promoted. Now, specifically coming to the care systems, what is the role of GMO and how GMO is trying to promote this and contribute to this aspect?
Thank you very much, Professor Bizoza, and thank you, Stuart, for what you have already shared with the audience. Our Minister Diatiki, partners here present, thank you for the question. Maybe before I respond to it, last time I was reading somewhere related to unpaid care work, and someone was saying that if women will decide not to do that care work for a week,
people will die.
How the market, the international market at New York, I don't know, where you, if they decided how it will look like. But we don't need to do that. Already our world is now quite bad shape, so we shouldn't think about that, dear fellow women, we shouldn't do that. Yeah. So, but then when we know that, then it comes the issue where we are discussing here today of the 3R. Now I heard that there are now 5, but especially the recognition part of it, because that's what we should do as policymakers, as Gender Monitoring Office or other institutions, our partners. Now, when it comes to Rwanda, I think Tess in her presentation, she showed how we still have that gap. And again, when you look in the last labor force survey, the annual report of 2025, it shows that the unpaid care work, the gap is also highlighted, where we see women are still spending 23.7 hours per week on unpaid care work versus 12.7 hours for men. So it is still an issue, and when this also brings to the as it was presented on a new core burden, seeking faculty constrains women's economic participation, career progression, and overall well-being of women, but also of their families. We also heard it from Yvonne. So in response to this, what do we do as a Gender Monitoring Office? Of course, we are in charge of monitoring the implementation of what Stuart has already talked about, the policies, the program, the strategies the government has to make sure that we have equal opportunities to everyone, for women and men. So we do it looking also at the different laws, to the recognition through the laws. We have the institutional accountability, but also since 2017 with some of our partners here present, like UNDP, we have engaged the private sector tremendously on this, especially when we talk about later on the gender equality seal. Now it is a gender equality standard, the RIS 560. So this is one of the main things we do. we have been asking Stuart, how do they monitor that gender is well mainstreamed in planning and in budgeting? This is also another area we work closely with the Ministry of Finance. We monitor, we audit how the gender mainstreaming is in planning and budgeting. And we can say, I'm also happy that we are with mainly the local government. Local government is doing well than the central government when it comes to mainstreaming. We see that it is there. They try to work on their analysis to know what are the gaps do they have, and also put in money and put it in their plannings. So though there are also still gaps, but still in the local government we are seeing it is coming, and we are working very much closely with them in terms of capacity building to make them understand that when you mainstream gender, you are also hitting your imihigo. And you are also supporting families, and you are reducing the unpaid care work. Especially, I think the Vice Mayor Lucis talked about it, about how do you support in putting money in the water infrastructure and cooking tools and all of that she talked about. This is something that we need to link to this issue we are talking about here on reducing the unpaid care work. So apart from that, I think all of us we know the new law, the new family law. It's no longer that much new now. It's 2024 law governing persons and family. Though it's an entry point, has been an entry point for, I think, for the government to recognize the unpaid care work. Though it is coming when the family are dislocating, when people are divorcing, but we have seen that it is the beginning at I would say a legal recognition in policy, but also in laws of the unpaid care work. As we all know, now when the spouses are divorcing, when the judge is distributing the assets, he has to look for the value of the unpaid care work between 10 and 39%. That has to be valued and given to the spouse who is, I don't know, who has been doing the unpaid care work, and most of the time the women. And now, unfortunately, when I was looking at I think we all saw them, the statistics of divorce statistics that were issued by the NISAL. They were very high, and well, high. They were quite high, looking at the previous years. But the question that came in my mind immediately, I was like, how the judge are applying that article of valuing the unpaid care work? Because I think this is our next step to look at how it is being done, because this one is creating precedent. It is creating precedent, how they are doing it, how they are understanding it. It is creating precedent on the valuing the unpaid care work. So this is, I think, one of the things as GMO, but also you here, our partners, we can look into it. Because as we continue to value, to recognize, to understand the unpaid care work, what the judges are doing now, gonna shape how we're gonna give. How I was understanding, talking about the rewarding, how we can value it in real money. What the judges are doing now is going to shape what we're going to decide. So it is very important that we look into it. And as I said, it's a first step. It's not sufficient because it is coming when people are divorcing, but we should recognize it when even they're still living together. And yeah, I think this is one of the things we also contributed as GMO. I was looking behind the room. We are with the legal advisor of the Ministry of Gender, Mr. Amim, and me. I think he remember very well when this law was being discussed at before the parliament. We had, I think, two of us were the one who brought in the 10 to 39%. Is that the case? So, no, I don't know if you are going to clap because because some people are asking, why 39? Why not 50? Why not 60? Why not? But we had to start somewhere, and well, it was also basing on what ILO has also said, the value of the unpaid care work. when you look around the world. So, but I'm insisting on this because this is the beginning. Maybe it is 40%, maybe it is 50%, maybe it is less. But let's see how the judges are doing it, and then it's gonna shape how we recognize and value the unpaid care work. So another thing we did as GMO is, as I said, the gender equality seal that later became the gender equality standard with the Rwanda Standard Board. This started in 2017. I think Clement gonna remind me, but under the RGS, the seal, we have been able to give the gender equality seal to 30, 55, those who are enrolled in the program, and then later on we had at the beginning 30, and later on I think it was 23, 53 as you said, and under now RS, I think some have been recognized again. We have been resealed, if I could call it that way, and it's going to. So the gender equality seal, the gender equality standard also has different dimensions. I would say it's different indicators that are being looked into to be awarded as a company, because mainly it was for private sector, as a company that respect the gender equality, and one of the components was on work-life balance. And we have seen, again, private sector. I'm happy to have here BRD. I'm sure she's going to talk about it. We have I&M Bank. We have other. We have also the city of Kigali, though it is not part of the GS, but they are also implementing one of the very important components on recognizing and redistributing, and at some point equalizing the unpaid care work when we put in the early childhood development centers at workplace. This is one of the things we have seen, not only ECDs, but also breastfeeding rooms. We have seen increasing of the paternity and the maternity leaves, especially in the private sector. I think most of the banks now paternity leave is 3 weeks. It's not 1 week for like in the government, but in the UN, I think it is 3 months, or it's even more. So when then we are increasing the paternity leave, we are bringing in that distribution part of the unpaid care work to the fathers. I think also the ECD at workplace, we have seen some of these institutions, because they were part of the gender equality standards, the gender equality seal, bringing in the ECD at workplace. So I think this has been our work, but it is at the beginning, but we need to continue. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give applause to. I don't think it is at the beginning, comparing what has been already achieved. There is a lot that has been done.
But we still have a lot to do, because so far we are talking about 53 companies.
Now, as you are saying, there is a lot to do. Let me come back to you again. What do you see as gaps now? Where do we have to touch? As far as gender monitoring is concerned, as far as accountability systems is concerned, focusing on this care economy part of it.
I think some of the gaps again came out from the studies tests presented, or the what Yvonne told us. I think the first one is the gender norms and the social expectations of women. We still think, even women, we ourselves and our husband and our families, they still think there's some jobs, the unpaid care work is for the women, and this is one of the, I think, the challenges we still have to work on. Another challenge I see is the high prevalence of women working in the informal sector. Because the informal sector, when we talk about gender equality standards, it's very difficult to bring in the informal sector. Though we recognize some of our partners who have been able to put ECDs in markets, yes, market-based ECDs. This is something we need to encourage that our partners continue to do, because this will support women who are in the informal sector to have to see less burden of the unpaid care work. I think those two might be the biggest one, but also because of our majority of women are in the informal sector, it's also very difficult to measure what the contribution, but also the load of the unpaid care work to women. because it's very difficult because they're in the formal sector. We don't know, they work today, they don't work tomorrow. So this is for us as people who monitor is quite still difficult. Of course, and also weak integration of care indicators, institutional M&E systems, because this is again related to the informal part of it. So this is the next steps we need to work on. Yeah, wow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nadine. Let me move to Estelle. As we talked about the role of the private sector, but there is also this key dimension of access to finance. And as you might have followed the testimony from Yvonne, how really UN Women has been working with other development partners to ensure that women have access to finance. What is the BRD doing on this aspect, and what are the key instruments that you have in place that would still help to promote the care economy?
Thank you. As a bank, development bank, we also contribute with some of the products which support the care economy. Maybe one of the presentation they did, they show that the women spend a lot of time to get the firewood, to cook, and we have some of the product whereby we finance importers of or manufacturers of those cooking stoves locally. Not only that, but also we give them subsidies. So if, for example, a cooking stoves costs 10,000, the final beneficiaries pays like 1,000, and BRD we give like the 9,000 to the manufacturers. Not only to the cooking stoves, also for the solar system. Because most of in many parts of the rural areas, we still have homes without electricity. So we finance them to get the solar system to their homes. And in the same scheme also, we give to those companies which import and install the solar systems, we give them subsidies. At least the final beneficiaries, they pay a little money. And in addition to that, the little money they pay, we give also line of credit to SACCOs and microfinances, so that at least they can be able to access money and then pay in installment. That is one of the programs we do. In addition to that, we have noticed, of course, as a bank, of course, when you look at the data from the central bank, companies which are owned by women or led by women, they are still very few if you compare to men. And with that, last year we launched a product called Shabuka to finance women-owned and women-led companies. The uptake is there, but I think our observation from that product is that many women are still working in informal sectors, yet BRD mainly we finance project finance, like factories, other projects which are quite, I would say, a little bit big. I think the lessons we got from there is that we need to mobilize affordable funds and be able to give to microfinance and financial institutions to be able to lend to those women, because there are very many and they have the willing to grow the economy. Maybe another thing, maybe I can tackle on, which Nadine talked about. We have a DCD now at BRD, which is a very good thing. I think we launched it like 2 years ago. And the beauty about the ECD we have at BRD, I would say majority of the people who bring their kids, they are men. It's very beautiful to see a man bringing a 6-month-old baby to the ECD. It's a very good thing. And also in addition to that, you see that their productivity of those people who bring their babies has really increased. It has impacted them positively. Not only the ECD is for the BRD staff, but it is also open to everyone. But there's a fee you have to pay to be able to bring the child to the ECD. And also the paternity leave, it has also been increased. It's now 2 weeks for men, and also for women, it's 4 months.
Wow, that's good.
So at least after 4 months, a mother can bring the baby for the ECD. So it's a beautiful thing. It's a very good thing. But I would also say, of course, there are also, we still have more we can do to make things better.
Yeah, correct. I understand. As a bank, mostly led by a profit, how do you balance it with the intention to promote care?
I think we try to mobilize like technical assistance funds. For example, for that product I talk about, which is for women-led, they pay a lower fee compared to other loans, but also that subsidy we give to those loans, the technical assistance support to pay on behalf of those women-led and women-owned. At least there's a balance there.
Correct. So that means those programs that are designed they are designed for the basis of addressing a gender-related gap.
True, very true. Yeah.
So do we see more programs coming, or
Yes.
what are the key challenges in having some of those similar programs from your perspective?
I would say, of course, when a company is approaching a bank to get a loan, they have to provide collaterals. So we
And
find
also
that
maybe the
yes,
documentations part?
yes, the documentation part. But even though we require like a lower collateral coverage, but you find because the properties are family owned, so in some cases men don't allow women to pledge those collaterals. But also, I would say that you find some women, even if the company is theirs, they still have to get the final approval from men to be able to take loans. Those are a few challenges.
Correct.
But I think with time, it is coming up.
Correct. Thank you so much, Estelle. Yeah, thank you for your insights. Allow me to also get a perspective from Gwamrek. And one of the things I know from Gwamrek is that you are trying to sensitize men to also adhere and also be active in constructing the understanding, but also the actions related to gender promotion. So some of the key challenges are gender norms that we find also in our culture, in our daily, in our society. Could you tell us the progress we have made so far as you started this struggle?
Thank you so much. I will tell you about the WAMREC's perspective, not the whole countries, but some responses have been given by the minister and the country rep about this norms transformation. What we believe in WAMREC is that, I'm sorry to misuse these words of Gandhi, who said, what you do for me without me is against me. But I take it these words in WAMREC's perspectives. What you do for women and girls without involving men and boys is against women and girls. Why? Because when we formed WAMREC in 2006, I'm one of the co-founder of the organization. We had experienced the situation where all initiatives about gender were directed to women and girls and left aside men. But all initiatives, be it empowering women economically or even training them, raising the awareness, all this was done without men. And when coming back home, they could meet their husband, their brothers who were there without knowing what gender was and how they could behave. So the men and boys continued to perpetrate gender-based violence or even misrespect women and girls because they didn't have any idea of benefits they could get from the promotion of gender equality. So we decided to put in place WAMREC so that we can bring on board men, sensitize them, as you say, but also bring them on board so that they can understand what they miss when they do not respect gender equality. So what we have done so far, we could work in partnership with the Ministry of Gender, for example, and we came up with the national gender men engage, national men engage policy. It is there, it was adopted by the government, and this policy backs our activities. And because it shows all areas where men can work and can improve so that they can support the work in gender equality. So this is a very big achievement in this. And also, we have transformational approaches at Rwamurek. When there are many here, I think that many of the districts have benefited from the program of Bandebereho. Bandebereho is an approach which is transformative as it tackles the social norms. And it brings together women and their spouses or other men, women and men, together, and they discuss the importance of just having work done together without abandoning all care activities to women. So wherever you go in the districts where Rwamurek has implemented the program, you will find testimonies like the ones given by the other lady in Gasabo. All the time I go there and I hear about the transformation that brought that program, I fell in tears. Because it is a tremendous work which has been done so far. So we have implemented the program in Musanze, and after 5 years, now we partner with the Ministry of Health so that this program can be implemented successfully in the district of Burera and the district of Gakenke. Yes. So the objective is just to take this program the countrywide so that these benefits you have noticed in Musanze could be also extended to the whole country. Because testimonies are there, and we have done a research which showed us that men have joined the program, and then they have changed their mindsets, and they collaborate with their wives. So the household now has improved in living style. They have health, they have wealth, and for sustainability, we use all these local authorities and then the community health workers. When Rwamurek retires, those authorities and the community health workers continue.
Are you going to retire as Rwamurek?
No, we withdraw. When we complete our program there.
Kind of exit mechanism.
Yes, the exit mechanism. We let the work to the local authorities and the community work, the community health workers.
Okay.
We have another program of couple dialogue. You know, all over the country, you find many families who are in conflict. They are in conflict because men don't want to collaborate with their wives. Sometimes the men want to take the decision on assets without consulting the women. The testimony here said that when you don't cook on time, you are beaten. So it means that the man is coming to eat and doesn't know how food is prepared. So if he knew the importance of cooking and doing the other care activities, he should help his wife and not think of beating her because she didn't perform the care activities. So we bring those men together with their wives. Sometimes when you take them in a room like this, the first day they sit together, one looking there, another looking there.
Yes.
But after a while, they come together day after day, and then they look each other.
Until they get closer,
and they can discuss and then exchange, because the most factor of misunderstanding is miscommunication or lack of communication.
Correct.
So we bring them together like this.
I know.
So we have another program which takes young girls and young boys within schools, and they discuss about the roles and responsibilities at home. And at the end, the boys find out that they have to collaborate with their sisters in sweeping, in cooking, in washing clothes. All these activities, they were left to girls. But now, we have testimonies that say even those who were like that in the beginning, today, they even taught to their parents that they have to work. When a man says, don't go to the kitchen, like the one testament there who said, you should be imga. You should if you go to the kitchen, you will become an imga, so useless. A useless person. Now, they taught to the parents that they have to stand together for a joint work.
Thank you.
So there are many which have been achieved, but we still have a long way to do, as others say.
Yeah, thank you so much. These are good examples of some of the approaches we are using. But I heard you talking about Musanze, Burera, Gakenke. Why not Kigali?
Yes, this is a very big, important question. Why not Kigali? In Kigali also we work in Gasabo, but in rural areas. Why not in a town? So we still have difficulties to get people in town. When you approach somebody in town, he says, I have no time because I have to sell my cargo, I have to sell this, I live of this. And then you don't find people to gather and discuss this. Even if we go to Muganda, we try to bring in this discussion, but people say, we are in a hurry. You know, Umuganda has already finished, so we have to go. So it doesn't mean that in town we do not notice conflicts. We do not notice men who are behaving as opponents to their wives. They are conflicts, but they are the conflicts are within household, and you hear, for example, your housemaker saying, you know, there is a problem in that house. Why? Because the problem went out because of the household of the housemaid. Yes, the housemaid of that house, but they never express that they have problems. If you ask people in Kigali who live in these compounds to talk about their problem, they say, we have no problem. We have no problem. So
Kigali-
we have these difficulties of being able to bring them together.
them, yes.
You know, once I was elected, one of the chief of umugoroba w'ababyeyi. Now it is uw'imiryango. At the time it was w'ababyeyi. But I tried to gather, to bring people to come together. They never came.
People of Kigali.
People in Kigali, in my village.
And
it is in Kichukiro there. They could not come. And when you asked, I asked the local authorities to bring them on board, people said, no, we can't have time to go there. We have no problem at all.
I see.
So
I see. We need to do something on the case of Kigali. So as we move, before we get inputs from the panelists in terms of recommendations, we want to hear from the audience as well. Your insights, your comments, your inputs, or a question even to the panelists. Focusing mainly on this aspect of care economy, how do we really promote this aspect of recognizing first these related gaps and challenges, but also trying to invest and do some intentional programs and investments to address the gaps, but also to promote some additional multiplier effects that could be positive in terms of employability, access to finance, and also access to education and so on. So let's give the floor to people in the audience, and if you can stick on one key question or comment. Can we have someone? Yes, you have the microphone. We have Clement, and then we have our. You can start with yes, then Clement, and then we have the colleague from is it Rusizi? Yes. Can I have another one? Yes, from executive director from AIPA. Let's have 5. Now I have 4, and then I have yourself as well. Stick to one key comment or key question so that we share the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, UN Women and MIGEPROF for organizing. And thanks, panelists, really interesting. So I'm with UNICEF, and for us, the early childhood development is very important, right? And it synergizes, because if you catch kids early stimulation will help them learning, but it's also a platform for nutrition, right? Because if they have 1 or 2 good meals, including protein, the stunting agenda will be, addressed. So my question, so this is where I'm coming from, like how to actually make the ECD centers into a employment opportunity for young people, both men and women. Because if you talk about gender norms, there's no need for only women to take care of young kids. In fact, and if you actually go to the rural areas, you see lots of men working in ECD. So it's about what financial model do we need? So I'm looking at, the MINALOC in ensuring that we have a sustainable way to cater for especially the most vulnerable families or rural families. I think you both mentioned here we're doing pretty well in the city area and also in the private sector. Of course, more needs to happen, but there I think people have enough cash flow, and then you have some subsidy from the organization. So it's not perfect, but there seems to be more of a sustainable financial behind it. In rural areas, there the cash flow is not so high. So how much can you ask for families to chip in? And how can we set up a system where it's a decent employment opportunity while catering for the young children, and mothers and fathers who leave their kids have then professional opportunities. Now, I'm asking you this, also knowing that as we speak, there's a meeting today, a pre-meeting with NCDA and many partners on financing for ECD in preparation for next week, regional or global meeting on financing for ECD. So there's a lot of thinking, but we need more. Yeah, we need to turn the thinking into action. So I'm trying to see if you see any mechanism.
Thank you. If you can take note, the panelists, for the questions that are addressed to you, then we will have a session of response. Yes, Clement?
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much. A very good panel discussion, very interesting. My question has two parts. One, I think I shoot it to Stuart.
Two in one, eh?
Yes, two in one. So at UNDP, we have a project called Economics, which is very, UN, we are very good at coining these concepts, equality in economics. And it's really related to the discussion. And has three main things, work on gender responsive tax administration and tax reforms, gender responsive budgeting, and generally gender responsive public finance management.
Correct.
Now my question, very simple, in terms of, we are so advanced in terms of gender responsive planning, and now GRB, I've seen GMO, MINALOC, and now the Parliament. Actually, we're trying to discuss with Parliament how to make sure that they have capacities for the right oversight, what they do with GRB. My question to Stuart, and the second part will be to districts, if you excuse me. We are advanced on GRB and planning. How about the expenditure? How do we make sure that actually we are spending in a gender responsive and transformative way?
Right.
And let me ask my second part in Kinyarwanda, if you don't mind.
No,
Ndashaka
we don't
kubaza-
mind.
No?
Yes, we don't mind. Yes,
Okay,
go
you
ahead.
don't mind. Okay, thank you. Ndashaka kubaza abantu bo mu turere. Iyo mwakoze budget, bakavuga ati ibe iri gender sensitive, yubahiriza ihame ry'uburinganire. Mu kubaka umuhanda uva Huye Ngoma ujya Gisagara. Mujya mukora ubushishozi, mugakora analysis. Ninde ukoresha uwo muhanda? Ninde watsindiye isoko? Ni kampani y'umugore cyangwa n'umugabo kwinjiza amafaranga? Uwo muhanda uzakoreshwa nande? Ni zihe modoka? Se ni za pick up zijya gukora iki? Zijya guhaha? Ninde uhinga? Ninde ukora production? Ese mujya mukora ubwo analysis, gusesengura, kureba, kuko aho ngaho niho hatwereka impact ya GRB yaturutse muri MINALOC kajya muri Parliament kamanuka mu karere.
Correct.
Akanyuma, if you don't mind.
Ka gatatu.
Kari related nako ngaho. Kari related na ECD. Let me switch back to English now. Does anyone do research on analysis on the impact of how, if you set up an ECD, how women are leaving the care work to productive employment? I would say that countries that have done this, like Sweden, that I know very well, after the Second World War, women, both ECDs were developed and women came into productive employment because Sweden didn't join the Second World War. They are busy making ammunitions. So they needed more manpower, and women had to come to industries to. So do we do the analysis to see the shift, really? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And that one, maybe whoever is going to respond to that from the panelists. Yes, stick to one so that we share the space.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you for the panelists. Let me start with that question that addressed to local government. Yes. When you have a room, you can analyze that if the projects are gendered, let me say like that. But the problem, most of the projects that we implement at local level, we rely on the policies and the guidelines. And when there is a gap on those guidelines or policies that do not include the gender, it's a bit hard also to include the gender in implementation. So yesterday we were discussing about it. We still have a problem for those staff who pass the exam for jobs. We still have the gap of gender, but for appointment, because we have those policies of 30%, yes, it may happen. But for those who pass the exam, it's a bit hard because we do not have that policy that could reserve this post for the women. And when we try to implement it, it may be an issue for Public Service Commission or Auditor General. Let's get back to even the procurement policies. Procurement policies also, we are saying about, do you take the time of analyzing who is the contractor that won that won the contract? It's also the gap in the procurement policy. If you try to implement it to involve the gender, why it's not already there, it may be the issue of Auditor General. But that was actually it was not my question. It's because you were saying about that, and I took a mic as local government. I started by...
Then 1 minute for your question then.
But my question was this. I was actually want to address this suggestion to MINECOFIN. Please just take the particularities or the specific or the context when you are allocating budget or you are providing interventions, as you said. If I give you an example, we are in the Western Province. The Western Province have the particularity of the high-risk zone. The high-risk zone, it's mountainous places, so we used to have the issue of road access, of disasters. So if you are providing intervention, do not use the approach of one size that fits all. Do not consider, if you are saying that you are going to provide the intervention of feeder road, do not take one feeder road to Bugesera, one feeder road to Rusizi, because they are not the same, they are different. If I get back also to the gap that Chief Gender Monitor said about social norms, the people are still thinking that the easy jobs for women and those high-paying or big projects for men. Yes, it's a social norm, but it's also the other issue of that unpaid care is still concern the women and girls. And you yourself, you can leave the project that is requiring more effort or requiring more time because you know that you are going to combine it with the other unpaid care works. So I suggest that the distribution should be implemented so that even other projects could be implemented also. And the other thing is to gender everything that you are saying, every project that you are implementing. Also, it's about the policies. Yesterday, Karine was saying that you can take the bus from Musanze and you only get the restroom at Nyirangarama point. Yet, the men, when they want to go to number 1, to short call, they can use the tree, they go behind, they arrange themselves. Yet the women, they cannot.
Which is not allowed. Because we need the tree.
Yeah, okay, that is another issue. Okay, but what I was saying is you have to help us, even the policies, to gender all the facilities, the project, the school with the chumba chumkobga, health facilities, and other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let's have, yes, you had raised the hand. My sister in back near the, yes, back. So we'll have another cohort. Let's finish these 5 first. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Jennifer Dustin from Kivina Till Kivina Foundation. This is a very interesting topic, and also it was a good panel with good insights. My question goes to Rwamurek. This is basing from the experience. We have supported women in small businesses, and we have supported them thinking that what women need is money. And those are, maybe some of us also have that perception that all women needs also to have money. So after empowering them and supporting them with the in-kind support, I went there for just a monitoring. And the first issue or the concern was that the group for women was 18 women, and I found that time also 18 men forming another group. So the question was, why are you forming another group different to the other women group we have supported? Men, they say that they heard that their women managed to win with around 10 million, and they could not manage that big money when men they are not around. This is, I want to point this because awareness is not transformation. We need to be more intentional when we are challenging social norms, because maybe even from other panelists and the other dialogue we had, social norms is still an issue. But the question is, what is the research we have currently, and how deeper we have assessed each social norms or each norms to ensure that we are also forming or designing a relative an effective solution. So here I suggest or propose that we have also to do further research, intentional ones, assessing norms each one by each one, and also suggesting related solution, because social norms are not similar and the solution should be different. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's have Eugenia, the Executive Director from IPA. Let's also go straight. Yeah, we'll have the second cohort, don't worry. And then let's go straight to the question, Edie.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, UN Women, for the invitation. Thank you, panelists. I think mine won't be a long one. As an Institute of Policy, yes, I work with the Institute, I'm Kaitesi Eugenia. I work with the Institute of Policy Analysis and Research, and we've been conducting a number of studies on unpaid care work. And our recommendations, we're actually glad that our recommendations contributed to the family law, Honorable Minister. And but the issue that came out of these studies is that the value for unpaid care work. And I'm glad that Nadine mentioned that on when she mentioned that if we stopped on working and what would happen. And I think this shows how a care economy is very important for, it's a foundation of our economy. So how can we value, this is MINALOC and other policymakers in the room, if we are valuing unpaid care work, how can it be included in our GDP calculations? Is it possible? And it's possible because it's been done in other countries. We can borrow, we can benchmark. So we could actually advocate for that, and this would actually reduce a number of issues that we are discussing in the room. And I wanted to ask one small question, Bizoza, on the 10 to 38%. Does it apply to only women, or it also applies to men? Because I imagine it's a gender balance. When we talk of gender balance, we are not talking only about women, we are talking about men. And this needs to come out clearly, because one time men will ask us, we're talking about gender balance. Where are statistics for men that are actually in the unpaid care work? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Allow me to, thanks for those who have contributed in terms of comments and questions. Allow me to come back to the panelists to address specific questions. No, maybe comments, it's fine, we can still consider them, but let's focus on the specific question that we asked. Let's start with MINALOC. I think there's quite a good reflection on policy, the implementation, and so on, and then we get the microphone again to Nadine. If we can spend like 2 to 3 minutes maximum, so that we are able to share the second round. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. If I start with a question from the UNICEF, saying about how to make ECDs an employment opportunity, is what we are working on under the new social protection rethinking policy, to see that women who have been maybe, for example, like those ones we used to provide nutritional sensitive direct support, instead are employed in ECDs to see how they support children. In that way, we are going to see that we make ECD work, like we make it formal as an employment. And also there's a project under NCDA where we are trying to see how to professionalize care work in ECDs. So in that way, it's a process we are going to undertake, but also we're going to see that we put in more effort, that it is realized, yes. Then on the ECD financing, so far we have been doing it as government, and this is one of the challenges we've been facing because of limited resources, and something I need to call upon all the stakeholders here present, because some of the challenges we face in terms of implementing our policies or our interventions is, apart from limited resources, but also we see that there's uncoordinated policies and fragmented policy implementation, where you find that all stakeholders are doing things on their own, like in their own way, instead of harmonizing to see that how do we raise resources to implement a certain policy action. But then if stakeholders are all doing their own, we put in a lot of effort, but we don't get the results. So the same applies to ECDs. We are calling on the stakeholders to see that we crowd in funding to see how to support our ECDs. We still have a challenge, especially with home-based ECDs, if districts can attest to that, in terms of getting equipment, paying for nutritionists. So it's still a long way to go. So that's why we call in our stakeholders to bring in financing into ECDs, so we can harmonize all the interventions and the financing so it can be channeled in one stream. All our issues will be a bit kind of solved and can contribute to financing of ECDs. But it's also, we don't close the window. You said we're talking about ECD financing with NCDA, but we would be glad to be part of the financing. But so far we are relying on government and some kind of donor funds like World Bank to see that we invest in our ECDs, but it's not enough, because sometimes when the funds, like from the DPs, when they stop, the project stops, you see that we go back. So we want to see a continuous or sustainable kind of financing for ECDs. That's why we call upon our partners, put together our interventions, our hands, then we implement interventions in a harmonious way that aim to sustain our ECDs. So for the decent employment, we are working with MINALOC under the social cooperative thinking. We're going to pilot it, but also NCDA, they're working with a partner to see how they can professionalize the ECD caregivers, so it becomes a professional kind of thing. Then Clement from UNDP, you talked about, okay, we have done well in terms of GRB and GBS, but how about gender expenditure and spending, right? So you see, it starts from somewhere. We start with the planning. If you get our priorities right, then we allocate the budget. Most times it's part of the spending and expenditure. Then if we can report well on GBS, a lot of things are still a challenge because we don't plan right. We don't get what are the priorities? What do we need to do as stakeholders? Are we doing them in the right way? So you find that spending is there, but to know which spending went to which activity, it is hard because everyone's working in silos. So maybe the first step is, and what we're trying to focus on is, bring all stakeholders together. Let us put our efforts together, let us plan together. That's why now in the planning process, we emphasize joint planning with our stakeholders to know what are their interventions, what are they doing. Government, we are doing this. How about the government partners? How about the civil society? How about the faith-based organizations? What are they doing? How about the private sector? So in that kind of forum is when we shall be able even to streamline the expenditures, because government also provides subsidies and tax exemptions, but we don't know where they go because there's not that kind of platform where we plan together and report together. So this is what we are trying to strengthen: joint planning, cross-sectoral planning, to see that what we plan, we can be able to report on it. In that way, we shall have this, because sometimes you find it's not what we don't do, it's we don't report on what we do. we don't have that kind of data to report on that the expenditure towards ABCD was because of this, because everyone's working in silos. So this is what we are in at MINALOC. We are working with our partners to see we do joint planning, implementation, and reporting. In that way, we shall know how we spend, not only as government, but also with our partners, where they spend and how they spend, and where are the gaps now going forward.
Could you touch also the aspect of planning by considering some specific contexts or areas that was raised?
Yes, so...
As well as the ECD priority area in terms of investment as well? Or
Yes.
this is going to be...
No, yes, I responded.
Yes.
The financing.
Yes, in terms
Yes.
of finance, yes.
So for Rusizi, we are now revising the MIHIGO kind of framework, because before we used to that's the challenge we have, like my previous point is, we plan but we don't do joint planning. You find that somewhere we have resources but they're not tapped into. But today in our MIHIGO, new way of doing MIHIGO, we are going to emphasize planning based on this district specificity. If a district is facing a challenge of droughts, you're going to ensure that in their plans, they reflect how they're addressing drought in terms of irrigation and everything. So this is what we are going to now to strengthen, working with MINALOC and LODA, to see that district priorities are well captured and they're not left out. Yes.
Thank you. So maybe you can have also the thanks again, Stuart. Nadine?
Yes, thank you. I want to touch a little bit on what he responded,
Correct.
and then yeah, and I'll respond to the Eugenie question. On GBS and reporting, I think, Stuart, we still have a work to do. As you said, the reporting part of the GBS is still challenging, but as you write reports, sometimes also goes back to the how we planned, how we budgeted, and earlier when I was saying that the districts are doing well in terms of GBS, but all over being the central and the local government, the reporting part is not being done well. Because even we have planned well, we are not able, as Clément was saying, to see well the impact of what we have planned, even if it has been done, because the reporting part of the GBS is not well done. I think we're going to continue to work with MINECOFIN and see how also it can go into the smart FMEs and all of that. I know you are also revising the whole system to make sure that the GBS are also integrated. I think going forward, it's going to be much better. And this mayor sees also ask about not only the plans from the central government, where you say the joint planning is very important and the agreement is important, but she also talked about sometimes the policies are not addressing some of the issues we are talking about. She talked about employment, talked about public procurement. For public procurement, I think it is last year we have a new sustainable public procurement policy that is also integrating the gender equality in the procurement. This is something we need all to look into, how we are implementing that, how we are putting it in place, but because ryashyizweho kugira ngo ribashe guha umwanya abagore bakora ubucuruzi kuba bagira umwanya muri mu masoko ya leta. But also another thing we have to continue to do, and I think the local government you have also to support us, is to encourage those who are bidding for public procurement, masoko dutanga, to go into joint venturing, joint bidding, bagahuza n'abandi batari, to support them also to grow and to have access to finances more. And this is something, it doesn't require, already the law provides for joint bidding. So this is something we can also encourage our private sector so that we can give space to women, also businesses needing. I'm not sure how it is linked to care economy, but we had to respond to that. Eugenie, yes, it's clear. Our law is both the 10 to 39% for both spouses. Actually, the article, I had it here with me, but I wanted to read it for you. But well, it's talk about both spouses. It is for both male and female, because we also know that sometimes the one who is the breadwinner is also the one who is doing the unpaid care work. It happens in some households. It doesn't necessarily, sometimes it's not necessarily the women, sometimes men also are doing it. So we have exceptions. So the law is clear, because we couldn't say it is only for women, but because of the statistics and what we see, it's clear when you talk about unpaid care work, it's mainly on women than men, but it is for both spouses. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there is a specific question addressed to Estelle, but if you have any contribution as far as...
maybe what I would add on, like to the question the gentleman from UNDP mentioned.
Yes,
in the financial sector, we do provide reports on the number of women who are employed in banks, in executive committees, in board, and that is a requirement from the central bank. But I will also mention that on each financial institution, maybe talking about the BRD, we also look at the procurement part. We have a certain target, at least 30% of the people who in standard, they must be women-owned project companies. And also we look at other socio-economic impact, like in general.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vena, you can have like 2 or 3 minutes to reflect. I think it was one question that was addressed, but also feel free to make any addition to the rest of the question.
Thank you. I think here all of us agree that money is power. When you have money, you have power. So our sister raised an issue where men had a group and they were given money. Isn't it? And there is another group of women who got money as well. But men, I try to understand if I have already understood the question.
Yes.
And the man said that the women were not able to manage the money. Is it?
They can give you a microphone. Oh, yeah. Quickly.
Saying that we are coming to take over because our women cannot manage 10 million. So here my question is, we need to be very intentional and strategic when engaging men.
Yes.
All men are very positive and supporting the gender equality we are talking, or some of them, they are there, but with a different intention.
That's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Because
thank you.
Men were used to have money, and then when they see their spouses or their wives having money, they feel to lose power they had. Because if they have money, they have power over the women. Now, they can't let the women getting money so that they can get power, and for these men, they can say, we never have a say in our household activities or decision making at all, because the women have power now. So they try to keep them in the lowest situation. Our experience has shown that women manage very well money more than men. I tell you an example. When we go to the training sessions in an area, there is some money we give to participants. Women come together with their husbands. And if we give them some money for transport, before leaving the room, men are thinking of how much bottles I will drink in the bar. But the woman is thinking of salt, sugar, of children. You know, this shows that women manage well the money better than men. So what you say, and I agree with you, is just to tackle systems. The systems, the social and the cultural systems that exist in the society. And say who has, for example, in a household, who has power in the household? Do they share power? If they don't share, you have to teach the one who is not willing to change his mindset. Because if you support the other side, automatically he will go and grab the money and say, it is for me who has the power decision. So we have to tackle systems, even in other sectors. We have informal education, for example. We have marriages. I was discussing with my friend there about marriage. And marriage, we see that in marriage, there are marriage institutions. The practices, the way we do it, there are some factors that show that women are still kept on the lower side. Can you imagine when you come to a wedding and you have a woman and then they say, they say, all the front line is for men and women must go just behind. So it means that you will remain behind until men will not be there. That is the context. Mm-hmm. So it means that even when you have to participate in a decision making, your decision, your point of view will remain behind because you will not get the opportunity to go at the high table.
Correct.
As the President of the Republic said once, he said, you struggle to go to the front and go to the high table so that your point of view can be taken into account.
Thank you.
I think I have responded to the question.
Yes, I think it's clear. Thank you so much. Let's give an applause to the panelists first as we continue. I have an offer of 3 interventions. Okay, okay. Those who have raised their hands, there are 3 already. So 5.
Thank you so much.
Just
1 minute.
1 minute so that we give space to other 2 people.
Yes, thank you. My name is Frida.
Yeah.
I'm from Miss NEC Africa, a youth-led organization that empowers young women to take up leadership roles in decision-making. I'm so honored for the invitation of UN Women to be in this room where we discuss about policy making. Particularly, I want to address the gap of communication and awareness that you see when you are addressing these issues about unpaid care, gender monitoring, mainstreaming in some organizations, the companies. We rarely, most of the times we set the policies and then there is the implementation plan, but communication is still a key challenge to implementation of these policies. Just like some point that he raised, the person from Ramrek, he said that people from Kigali, we rarely access them, but the research showed from the mini ICT, they said that 70% of the country people, they're using social media. And we have not leveraged those tools to address these key issues that are in our communities. Yet we always talk about what we have done in the meetings. I'm sure these pictures that are being taken will be put on Twitter. But many people do not use Twitter, only the vice mayors and the people in this room. But what about the youth? What about the women? What about those families who cannot be in the Mogoro w'ababyeyi and Umuganda, but they are always scrolling on their phones? So it's very important for us to analyze how do we communicate these policies, because along the way it will be lost in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How do we take advantage of the social media to communicate things that matters and address these gaps? Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm Noela Ishimwe, Executive Secretary of Association Rwandaise des Femmes de Media, representing women in media who shape public narratives in Rwanda. Thank you so much, Frida, for tackling on communication gap. That was not mentioned earlier. I was going to mention that communication gap, and I was suggesting, like the country representative said in her remarks, that we need the synergy and to partner so that we can tackle on these gaps. So I suggest that we can develop a national media campaign that reshapes the narratives, these social norms around the care system or around the shared care responsibilities. And like Frida said, we can use all means of communication. And I believe media is one of the means to the mass communication. That would also solve the gap that Wamrek shared of not accessing the people from urban areas. Because yes, you cannot access them live. You cannot have maybe that campaign when gathered together in a given space, but using the social medias, using influencers, we can reach out to many people, and even using a low budget than getting to them in person. So I'll also suggest or propose that we can have a structured training for journalists around this on gender-sensitive reporting on care work, or paid and unpaid, to ensure the accurate and impactful storytelling. Otherwise, if this care work remains invisible in our stories, it is also going to remain unvalued in our economies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's a good recommendation as well. So we have also, so then here, oh, you see? Okay, I will give half minute for everyone. Ntimusasire, sibyo? Mureke gusasira. Muhite murasa ku ntego. Kugira ngo abo bose muzamura amaboko mbabone abayazamuye. Ngaho. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 3 minutes. We can make it if you agree. Okay?
Yeah.
That's a ku ntego. Udasasiye ubaza ikibazo cyangwa utanga igitekerezo.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm Annette Kachibibi from Profile Twese Hamwe as the Deputy Executive Director. Thank you so much, UN Women, for the invitation and for the good dialogue organized. My question is, yes, we've heard of the social norms as a big challenge in the care economy. Different people have talked about it. I thank Ramrek for the approach that he's using of engaging men. We too in Profile Twese Hamwe, we do use it in different districts. It is making so much impact because we engage both men and women at the same time to change the mindset, because we have realized that empowering women only cannot make the change we want, because she cannot influence the man, as the men always, we know they have power and they don't want to lose the power. And the intention is not getting men losing power, it's just empowering both of them. So I'm asking, addressing my question to MINECOFIN and even to the Ministry of Gender, even though they are not on the panel. What are the strategies that of tackling the mindset change we see on the ground through the local leaders doing sensitizations, but sensitizations only not having the approach or the model that is tested, is known, that is making change, would not make the change that is needed. So I'm asking, we have seen that the MINECOFIN is allocating budget to no, I'm on the same
Yes,
question.
you can try to
Is
summarize quickly.
allocating the budget on ECDs, on the road, on infrastructures, but what is the budget on the mindset change?
Correct.
It is being done by partners, yes, by the local leaders, yes, but what are the models that are being used? And those models should be invested in. Thank you so much.
Kubasigaye ngiye guhaguruka kugira ngo nutinda ndahita nkwambura microphone. So next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sifa Serafina from the Ministry of Environment, and I thank the organizers, UN Women, in partnership with MIGEPROF and others for organizing this important workshop. So mine is one, a question addressed to WAMREC and any other person who may be having a response, is that when we hear what WAMREC is doing, it's like, yes, it's men engaged approach, but to advocate or support women's empowerment. And yet out here, in our villages, in our workplaces, men don't speak it loudly in public, or in workshops or seminars like this ones. They say, gender equality, advocacy or promotion has come to like give away our rights. Abagore baradukandagira, they are being supported by the government and all that. So I just want to ask Rwamrek, do you really hear that?
Even uhagarariye Rwamrek.
The representative of Rwamrek, yes. Vena, sivyo?
Yes.
So, nashaka kumenya, ese koko ibyo twumva twebwe nk'abaturage. Mwebwe iyo mugiye hariya hasi gukora akazi. Do you really hear those voices? Because I see it as a challenge in supporting the approach and also supporting gender equality. I'm not talking about women's empowerment, because everybody wants to benefit in the gender equality approaches. So, and I see this very important because involving men, but also telling men they have a benefit in the programs. Because men have been having what we call men's privileges since they were born in those decades, so many decades, until 1980s and 90s when we start talk about gender equality. I think for some who have been in gender studies and gender research, we know that we've been in with approaches until those decades. So it's complicated if you use a language that the man thinks we lose. It's complicated to realize either women empowerment or the gender equality outcomes. So if we have an attack behind there, where they are saying women empowerment mechanisms are also getting away our privileges or our rights, it will be, you know, guhondan, sivyo. So that's number one. Number two is also my contribution. It's my contribution. We are all mandated, yeah, all the public institutions and other institutions, civil society, private sector, are all mandated by the gender policy to mainstream gender in our work. But I see the challenges. In so many decades, like maybe 2-3 decades back, the Ministry of MIGEPROF appointed the director of planning, the directors of planning, and maybe M&Es to pioneer or to spearhead the gender mainstreaming in their organizations. But this director of director of planning has a big work of coordinating the planning and the monitoring of the entire mandate of the organization. So I'm just challenged because if when you have a ministry or you have an agency of government, you have officers and you have specialists who do the initial work. The others come, the management come to approve and to give guidance and all that. But till now, we do not have a position on the structure of either a gender officer or a gender specialist at the level of the central government. And I see it as a challenge. That one, I'm just advocating to either the Ministry of Gender or to MIFOTRA. I don't know whether there is somebody representing MIFOTRA here, that we find a way of having that position on the structure. We have gender specialists for the projects. And this gender specialist, like is used now, is assigned the functions of supporting the director of planning on the gender work where this person is employed. And when we are hiring the gender specialist, let's also remember that men, for the gender balance, also giving the image to the men that they can also have their voices heard, that we can also include the men in the gender positions, because in the past, it's like the women were being given the gender work. So number two.
I'm sorry. Twatinze cyane.
Yeah. Narishoje ariko. Narishoje.
Abandi ubwo ntitubaha ijambo.
Oya, muri bahe.
Noneho tureka turi
bahe. So icyo ngicyo ariko cyari gikomeye cyane. Numvaga ari ikintu navuga cyane ariko icyanyuma gikomeye. Ese birashoboka yuko gender inclusion yajya muri planning y'ikigo, planning like a plan, annual work plan, other than the GBS. Ko GBS yiri annex, abantu batendinga nyine kuyibona nka annex. So nanjye na supportingaga ko byakwigwa gender equality programming ikajya no muri annual work plans ariko no muri mu mihigo. Murakoze cyane. Mumbabarire ko natinze.
Yeah, watinze gose. Ariko ntabwo turakubabariye. So abakurikiraho, I'm doing this for the benefits of everyone. Can you do half a minute? Gushimira UN Women, abafatanyabikorwa twamaze kubashimira. Hanyuma turase ku ntego gusa.
Thank you very much. Mine it's not a question, it's like a recommendation. Really, there is a lot of improvement. But we have realized that in the financial institutions, especially, we have a gender balance on the lower level, but as you are growing up, they are missing. This is come back with unpaid work, especially when they get birth. This is some challenges we are getting. So my recommendation is to more emphasize on education, on the discussion. Wamarek has talked about it, but the most important is education. As a change mindset, as highlighted by my colleagues, but the most important is that dialogue so people can understand. However, if we don't discuss about it, we'll end up having a lot of divorce, which is a kind of a cycle. So my recommendation is more education and discussion.
Great.
Thank you.
More education as a game changer. Next. Yes, I will come. Half a minute.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine is a contribution, and it's in line with developing a collaboration between the Ministry of Gender, the Ministry of Labour. Meanwhile, I'm from the MINUWUMWE,
yes,
Ministry of National Unity and Civic Engagement. And if we can have a collaboration that can develop modules or programs and integrate them into the Ndumya Rwanda program and Itorero, or civic engagement programs that can support advancement of care systems into schools, universities, that can support the early mindset change, right, mainly in youth, right, that can work to advance these care systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's also a good contribution. So I go to this side. Yeah, don't worry. Half minute. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Juliet, the Vice Mayor in charge of Social Affairs from Nyagatare District. I had two concerns, but one was said by my colleague. I won't repeat it. The second is about why can't we think about national care strategies? At least we make we write a book showing how it can be done. How can we improve on this instead of always seeing that we have invisible work? Then how can we make this work visible and variable? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Writing a model, a guideline, or a book to give more guidance on this care economy. Yes.
Thank you.
Care strategy. Thank you.
I'm Gervais Kirenganya from UNFPA. Last year, Rwanda developed Youth for Change model, promoting gender transformative approaches to enhance gender equality. It's a big document, around 400 pages, but there is no single section talking about care works. Is there any possibility to integrate this section, because till now it is
it's still ongoing work?
Yeah, the validation is coming soon.
But they can still have that opportunity to integrate.
The second one, RTB is revising CSE curriculum, integrating CSE, is revising TVT curriculum to integrate CSE or comprehensive sexuality education. And it is time now to integrate some component on care works. Maybe you and women can work together so that we can see how we can be engaged to
address it. Thank you so much. You and women. Last but not least.
Yes, thank you, Prof. I think my ideas have been said by my sister from Minubumwe and my brother there. And it's about the integration of the care economy in our education programs, but from primary school. And even if it's not in the curriculum, but it can be in the extra curriculum. And maybe strengthen on the dialogues and exchange between girls and boys. I think UN Women has done a lot, and I'm very happy to say that ActionAid, I'm from ActionAid, has contributed to the work of care economy with the UN Women, and we thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yourself. Okay. 0.25 minutes. Okay. Microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Lydie Umuhire, and I'm representing RSSB. I've been enjoying all these conversations, and I really wanted to ask a question, or maybe a recommendation from the people in the audience. We're trying to extend maternity leave benefits to the informal sector, so that we can also pull those people who are in the informal sectors and help them with the benefits that can help them during pregnancy or even after. So I wanted to understand, even from the audience, if you have any recommendations on how we can involve private sectors, government institutions to sort of have a synergy on how we can enforce these maternity leave benefits for informal sectors, and also for those informal sectors for more compliance. Thank you very much. That's all.
So if I hear you well, you need an opinion from the audience.
Yes, yes, especially that we have all these experts in the room.
Oh my goodness.
No, even actually from...
So let's get opinion from the panelists.
Panelists, yes.
Yes, let's use these few minutes. Let's start with Mugwamrek. Just kukibazo, comments to the audit.
3 words, I think.
And also give your concluding remark.
Yeah, I want to come to the question of Seraphine. Turabyumva rwose. Ibyo wavuze turabyumva. She talked about men who are complaining that women have more powerful attitude and behavior over them. And you know, nibyo twumva, but the problem is now, where do you get this information? From media? If it is from media, those who were in Gashora last time with UN Women, there was media and youth who talked about this. Amakuru sumugore sumugabo wakubise umugore. Ariko umugore wakubise umugabo bibi nkuru. That's what they concluded. They said they report just what they understand that it can bring attention from the population, from the opinion. But when you look at what is positive, there are less information on that. So abashaka kumvikanisha inkuru kugira ngo babyumve bumva yuko bavuga yuko abagore babaciye hejuru. But there are many cases, and there are a lot of people who have changed. Never these cases are not talked about. So we hear about this, but wherever we go, we try to transform mindsets of these men. But if you hear a man saying, umugore n'abana be banyirukanye mu rugo, why? Because the man could not endure what we call sharing the power with other members of the family. He says, no, I move to another place, and he goes there and he look for another wife. And then he tried to, there are those, but there is another side. Hari abagore nabo bamwe ariko simvuga ko ari benshi bumvishe gender nabi. Ku buryo bakoresha principles bakazikoresha nabi. There are women, some women, they are not many, but they are, who misunderstood gender principles. And they use them as powerful people who want to just chase away their husbands. Like this one. Hari umukecuru, I say it in Kinyarwanda, nagiye kwigisha abantu. Nagiye kwigisha abantu. Ngiye kubigisha aza yasinze noneho ariko anasinzira. Mbajije ntuyo mukecuru byagenze gute, barambwira bati baraye bamucyuye saa 6 z'ijoro agenda kinguza umugabo, amubwira ngo kingura di uburinganire bwaraje Kagame yaduhaye agaciro. Is this, you understand? So akandi gatoya ni abashaka za module hari minubumwe, hari na UNFPA. Ntago module ya Rwamureka ari imwe. Module hari journey of transformation, hakaba bandebereho, hakaba na couples dialogue. Izo module uko ari eshatu, ibitari muri journey of transformation, because it is all about gender, ibindi birebana na care work biri muri bandebereho, bikaba na couples dialogue, bashobora kuzabi consulting bakareba.
Akoze cyane. Yes, can we have Nadine? Yes, we'll have. So I'm trying to go beyond the routine.
Yeah, thank you. I think most of the intervention, the second part, were suggestions and comments, and we appreciate that. I think one I can refer to that was raised by the ladies, being Frida, and the one from the media, women. Noela, I think it is very valid what you are saying. We need to improve on communication, and we need to get away at some point on the traditional ways we are communicating. As you say, the media, turajya mu baturage, tugakora umugoroba w'imiryango, we go nteko z'abaturage, and as also Rwamurek said, when those things do not apply to the urban settings. But yet, the social media, the social media is very important, but also, and I think maybe na vice mayor aza kuza kubibabwiraho, ariko nibaza ko mu mujyi wa Kigali they have started to think of doing differently umugoroba w'imiryango and inteko z'abaturage that fits the urban settings. For example, where yaho ntuye, what we do, we ntago tuhita umugoroba w'imiryango, we just say muze duhure dukine tuganire, and then we try to bring in those topics there. Kandi between people who are living together, who are in the same, I would say, class, and sometimes we don't even invite abantu ku murenge. We do it ourselves as it should be. So we need to find ways of doing it. Social media is very important, is everywhere, and also to engage youth, as you said. So Nuva Namaja suggestion, and I really totally agree. And you are also guys there to help us to understand, because sometimes we are not communication experts. I think the other thing maybe also goes with my concluding remarks. No, the RSSB. The RSSB, I think the question was addressed to me. Yes. But yeah, it's already, congratulations, they already are starting to think on giving maternity leave to women in the informal sector. I'm not an expert into how you guys do, but you already have the Ejo Heza scheme. I think it is a baseline where you can look into. Uko muri gukora Ejo Heza uyu munsi, I think it is a tool you can use to maybe to deduct, or you are already doing it. I think you are already doing it with the Ejo Heza platform. But again, also already the how do we contribute for Mutuelle de Santé? Again, that's also another platform. But we have also, you can also leverage on the mobile money, how people can also contribute. I think you are those are the tools already you have. I don't know, maybe
yes, I was mostly leaning on to the partners that we can onboard onto that.
Okay.
The partners, yeah.
Okay, to support you, because it requires some finances.
Yes.
And
not in the partner in the financing side, but the partners who can help us in enforcing, who work closely with these people in the informal sector.
Yeah, I think that's already something you have those tools that are there that you can use, but it's also very important. But also let's also look into how to formalize women's businesses. I think it is also very important, because the more we have women in the formal sector, the more the more we have also I think it is important. So now to conclude, I think again a lot has been said. How do we? What we need to do? We have talked about education, communication, but education that starts from home. And again, women, we are the ones who have. I saw a study somewhere that 60% of the education it's us who are giving it. How are we educating our boys? How are we educating our girls? And sometimes what we call unpaid care work, they are basic skills, but life skills. Example gato kabla it's nagari black, it's black mnasekariko, it happened while I was doing my masters. It's almost 20 years ago. I had a colleague. He was a man, and he's in university. You have to cook. You have to take care of self. You are living in your own room. I'm living in mine. And then what he used to do, he didn't know how to cook.
Who was that man?
At all.
Who was that man?
Because most of you might know him. No, it's not Clement. It's someone else. It's a colleague, but I don't think it is necessary to give the name. Yeah, but then what he did, he took Irish potatoes and rice in the same stove.
Cooked.
Arabitaken. And then for him, it's the food that is ready to be eaten is the one that has boiled. Yeah, easy. And when the food was boiling, he said, the food is ready. He removed everything, he put it on the plate. And then when he was eating, he was like, this is not how the food I eat at home. This is different. What is wrong? And then he did it. I think he was ashamed to tell us, to help him and to ask for advice. And then at some point, ariko biramunanira, he has to ask us. We have to laugh on him big time, and then we helped him. So what I'm saying on education, those are basic life skills. It's not unpaid care work as such. We want men, boys who knows how to take care of their babies. Why would you like someone else, munani, to take care of your kid when you can do it yourself as a father? So really, those are, let's change a little bit the language, make it basic life skills, because our kids, where they are going, the world in 10, 20 years to come, now our customers are fit. They will have to know how to do those things. And the more they know, the better they are confident in what they do. So education, education, education from home, from ECDs, I think someone said it. We need to change the mindset from the children. And also we need to have, of course, Rwamureke abivuze, men engage. It's very important. Abatazahinduka bo turabafite, we need to take care of them, bakisazira neza tukabashyingura, but then
it's a generation.
It's a generation. There's some generation bitazahinduka, but for those we can, let's do it now. I think education is very important.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry, Harigato, hari umuntu wa Profam, she asked what we are doing as MINECOFIN and the sector ya MIGEPROF. MIGEPROF started a program called the Gender Transformative Approach with Rwamureke. I think they are starting to, nyango no mu turere hari abantu benshi babaye trained on that. I think it has already started to be implemented. How bagakoresha couples zibanye neza to kuganira n'abandi babasobanuriye what is gender equality, what is unpaid care work, all of that. It is there. It is something that has started. I think partners muzaba joininga, but we think this. They're starting by piloting and then bakascalinga. I think this is something that will help us to change n'ibyo sifa avugaga bamwe batabyumva na Rwamureke yabivuze. This is a program we believe can support into changing the mindset. Kandi, I hope MINECOFIN will also support it. Thank you. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, give the floor to MINECOFIN. If you can also react briefly and also give us your concluding remarks before we go to Estelle and then conclude as well our panel.
Thank you very much. There was one question related to MINECOFIN in terms of platforms and models tested, but I think it was answered by someone from Minubumwe. We have so many platforms that do mindset change. The issue now we have is that when we plan in silos, we don't leverage on what we have in the platform that are existing, and yet they reach out to so many people. So I think we are going to work as a team. The good thing is Minubumwe is around, that deals with in the Munyarwanda, civic education, itorero, and everything. If we can develop like a curriculum and say, in your engagement, in your platforms, please, can you address these issues? And also this is what we're going to change, maybe Nadine, in Grow BAE. We want to understand, okay, sorry. So now we want to understand, how is it done? What are the issues they discuss when they meet? Sometimes people don't even discuss issues pertaining to families. They just go to meet, talk about football, talk about work, and then they go back home. So we need to see if we identified issues affecting Imediango, especially when it comes to divorce. Are those the issues they discuss in such forums? Do they come up with resolutions, key actions to do? Or it's just like business, because it becomes business as usual. Sometimes people don't say, that one doesn't work. It's just to go and spend an evening, yet I can spend it elsewhere. So this is what you're going to revise in terms of implementing some of these forums to see that we also informed what's supposed to be done within for us to be able to get the correct results. So in conclusion, for us as MINECOFIN, we are going to strengthen what we call joint stakeholder planning, because we see we have a lot we are doing in our institutions, but now how do we go out and we partner with others to see, we jointly do them to see we get more results other than working in silos. Because if you work in silos, you work hard, but no result. But if you work together, it's a minimum effort and get maximum results. Thank you.
Thank you. Estelle?
Ni byiza ko muri audience hari abadamu benshi, abari n'abaritegarugori. navuga giye cyo nabashishikariza abadamu tugira imishinga myinshi ariko tukagira ubwoba bwo kuyishyira mu bikorwa. So nabashishikariza nimba ufite umushinga ushaka kuwushyira mu bikorwa ntugatinye gufata inguzanyo nawe ngo witeze imbere cyangwa uteze urugo rwawe imbere. Ntekereza ko tugomba gutinyuka nk'abadamu. Iyo niyo navuga ko ari conclusion yanjye. Thank you.
So niba datinyuka tuzaza tuyafate
cyane. Mwarayatwaye ahubwo. Abadamu baracyari inyuma mu bantu bafata inguzanyo, navuga ko dutinyuke nta kibazo munatera imbere.
Yes. Munyemerere gato duhe Vice Mayor from the mujyi wa Kigali atubwire kuri ukore your reaction and reflection among others, ariko utubwire na kiriya kijyanye na kiriya kibazo bari babajije kijyanye na paternity leave incentives for the informal sector.
Thank you. Kuri icyo bari bavuze cya maternity leave muri informal sector, birumvikana nk'umujyi, ngira ngo bamwe mu bantu bafite abantu bari muri informal sector turiganje ndetse n'ejo twahoze tureba kuri izi unpaid care works mu mujyi wa Kigali, tureba categories zitandukanye. Ni ikintu koko gishobora gufasha cyane, ariko ni byiza ko RSSB iri wigitekerezaho. Kiri somehow tricky kuko nubwo tuvuga informal sector abenshi nabikorera ku giti cyabo. Ese ko ari we bikorera ku giti cyabo birwanaho, ninde uzabaha iriya maternity leave? Kuko abenshi twabonye yuko babaho barya kuko bakoze, ni ukuvuga bo ntibajya baruhuka. Ariko hari abandi tuvuga bari muri informal sector nabo bashobora kuba bakwitabwaho bakaba babona maternity leave. Mu minsi yashize ngira ngo NCDA yahoze ihugura abakozi bo mu rugo. Abakozi bo mu rugo tuvuga ngo bari muri informal sector kubera yuko nta na contract baba bafite. No kuvuga ngo kugira ngo babe babasha kubenefitinga maternity leave nuko from informal sector to formal sector bakabona contracts, bakagira umushahara, bakagira n'ibyo bemererwa kugira ngo babashe kugira iyo maternity leave na benefits bashobora kubona from maternity leave. Hari n'ibindi byiciro bitandukanye. Nkuko mubibona turi abamama benshi, abakobwa, abagore bari hano, murebe imisatsi yabo ikorwa n'abantu bakora mu masalo de coiffure, n'abagabo ariko barogoshwa. Abo ngabo nabo bafite employers. Aba employers ni gute nubwo tubita informal sector kuko baba basa naho ari aba casual laborers. Ese byagenda bite? Ngira ngo nibyo barebaho cyane kugira ngo nabo twita ngo ni informal sector ariko bafite employers nabo bagira uburenganzira muri mu kubona maternity leave, kuko akenshi usanga baba victim bihohoterwa kuko kubera akora umwaka wose nta leave, nta kiruhuko, hanyuma yatwita hakaba impamvu yo kumwirukana bakamusezerera kuko baba babona agiye kumara igihe atagira byibura iyo yaba ari uburyo bwo kumurengera kugira ngo nawe agire amasezerano amugenga abashe no kubenefitinga yoye no kwirukanwa gutyo nk'uko bijya bikunda kubaho. Ikindi cyari cyavuzwe na CGM byerekeranye n'umugoroba w'umuryango ubu ngubu uko tukora cyane cyane ko n'amabwiriza bitwemerera no kureba ibikorwa dukurikije context y'ahantu. Umugoroba w'umuryango uburyo ushobora gukorwa muri Vision City ntabwo ari kuzakorwa muri Gikomero kuko context ziratandukanye. Ese abo ngabo bo bahuriye aho ngaho umugoroba bawukoresha bati? Hari best practice mu karere ka Kicukiro bawukoreshaga hari gahunda bari barihaye yitwa Nderera u Rwanda, ni ukuvuga ngo kubera ukuntu hagenda haturwa mu murenge wa Gahanga hagenda haza abafite ubushobozi, niko navuga, bubaka amazu meza, imiryango yishoboye ifite uko imeze, noneho ijya kureba imiryango hahandi twita slums zihari, abana bari mu mirire mibi, noneho bakaba ba marene. Ni ukuvuga ngo umumama ufite uko ameze akagira umwana amenya, akanamuherekeza mu kumuvana mu mirire mibi. Umugoroba w'umuryango ukaba igihe cyo kwicara no kuganira, kuko buriya niyo wavana umwana mu mirire mibi utigishije nyina ngo abashe kubyumva ntacyo ubukora, kuko azongera byari uwa kabiri n'uwa gatatu, noneho duhore muri ya cycle yo kujya kuvana mu mirire mibi. Akamuherekeza, agaherekeza umwana ariko agaherekeza na nyina, kugira ngo abashe kugira kumuhindura behavior cyangwa se mindset, nawe abashe kumenya icyo agomba gukora umwana cyangwa se abana yarasanzwe afite ntibasubire inyuma. Ibindi ni nk'ibyo ngibyo CGM yavugaga, aho bahura bakagira n'ibindi bikorwa by'iterambere n'ibindi baganiraho, cyangwa se no kumenyana, kuko akenshi hari n'igihe usanga baba mu ngo bataziranye, bakagira n'imikino bakina, bakagira n'ibindi bibahuza, akaba ari cyo ubona yuko umugoroba w'umuryango uba more productive kurusha uko byajyaga bikorwa mbere. Murakoze.
Murakoze cyane. These are good inputs as well. Murakoze, reka tumukomera amashyi nawe, ko nabonaga mwari mugiye kuyakoma hanyuma murayagumisha. So mufashe dushimire nanone abapanelisti bacu batuganirije neza. Komera amashyi cyane. Thanks Stuart, thank you Nadine, thank you Estelle, thank you Vena. Nanone reka dushimira abatanze ibitekerezo bose n'abakurikiye ibitekerezo. Sibyo se? Murakoze cyane. Ushobora gufata ibyicaro byanyu. Thank you so much. Hanyuma nagira ngo mbasabe duhaguruke gato. Igihe turacubahiriza ntimugire ikibazo, kandi ntimugende, hari indi gahunda dufite nyuma ya hano nayo ijyanye na care system. So hariho video bagiye kudushiriraho y'iminota nk'itatu gutyo cyangwa isine. It's 1 minute video. made this movie. It's also convey the message that was reflected in the panel, but also in the discussions with the audience. As we try to conclude, allow me to do a quick summary just of the discussion, very quick. I will not take much time on this. First of all, one aspect that has been really discussed is on aspect linked to policies. Can we have the light on? Yes. So the aspect of policies, different programs and strategies from the government, I think we are aware that starting from the National Strategy for Transformation and going through the different sector strategic plans, going to district development strategies, there is caption and also consideration of gender promotion, but also family promotion. This is well captured. When you read the documents, you can see it in all those documents. I think I'm among the few people who can also read those documents. So that's a fact. But something that is still coming as part of the discussion, that came as part of the discussion, is on implementation of those programs or provisions, especially when it comes to planning and also resource allocation. How the resources are allocated, so the spending, is it done intentionally to address those areas that will help to bridge the gaps in terms of gender equality, equity, as far as also the care economy is concerned. The second take-home from the discussion is that there are quite a good number of instruments, legal instruments, regulations, but also other different government instruments to support the gender mainstreaming, but also to promote gender equality and equity, as we have seen from the discussion, and also reflections from the panelists and the audience. Access to finance is one of the key drivers to facilitate people to, especially women, to also support their own businesses, their enterprises. This will give them the purchasing power. Someone was talking about money being a power, being powerful when you have money. But we talk it in terms of capacity, financial capacity. So women are empowered, economically empowered, when they have access to finances to finance their interventions and also their businesses. The other aspect that also I took note is the approach, the integrative approach. We should not only talk about women without engaging men, since they are all concerned by the aspect of care. So we have seen a number of different programs and approaches used by GWAMREC and also other Profam Twesehame and other stakeholders. So the integrative part as an approach, but also in addition to transformational approaches, are very key and instrumental to ensure that we bridge the gaps in terms of the care economy, but also in terms of gender equality, equity, and so on. The other aspect is on the mindset. My belief is that the mindset can change. So if someone can reflect and see that there is a need to change, then you are also capable to make that change happen. So I think that the education that is coming as one of the game changers, education in all forms, not the formal education itself, like the changing of the lifestyles and the basic life skills that were reflected by Nadine, these are very important. In Kinyarwanda they say, umwana apfira hehe. So when you are still very young, that's when you get all this education, basic at family level. As an educator as well, I normally say that the education that counts most is the one that one receives at household level. So the one we receive at schools is just a formal to add to the knowledge that we can get. So household level education is very critical. Teaching people the basic life skills are very important. And then there are some programs that need really to, it's obvious that this is an area that seems to be new, not new in the context of knowing unpaid and paid care work. This has been there since many years, but having very specific programs that are oriented to this, there are very few programs. I think there is need to do more, not only for UN Women or MIGEPROF or GMO, but all development partners in the room and also in different sectors to really have these very specific programs. The aspect of coaching and also enforcing best practices is very critical. Sometimes we know where some best practices are doing well and they are working. I think it's easier to really ensure that there is that exchange of those best practices to ensure that people are embracing the needs and the change that is really needed. So these are some, I think you have followed the discussion. It's even more than what I'm talking about, but the point I'm trying to bring here is that these are some of the take-homes, but as you discussed also in your respective groups, how do we really ensure that we are coming from invisible work, especially the invisible work that is done by women, to make this as an economic power that is very transformative. We have to recognize when a husband or the spouses both are employed, you will see the difference. When both of them are working, you will see the difference. You will see also a difference if only one person is working. So we need really to acknowledge that and see it in a perspective of economic transformation beyond some of the, by overcoming some of the social norms, some of the cultural practices that we need to live for the cost, for the good cost of economic and socio-economic transformation. So without further ado, allow me to invite Titi, the country rep of UN Women, to give her closing remarks. Thank you.
Mirweneza. Thank you, Prof, once again. Honorable Minister in absentia, she had to leave because of another commitment, you'll understand. But we're very grateful that she stayed through with us. CGM, thank you so much. And I really want to additionally recognize the presence of other government institutions, Ministry of Environment, Minubumwe, RSSB. Forgive me if I left others. Of course, I haven't also exhaustively listed the presence, all civil society and other partners who are present, who have been present with us since this morning. Really want to thank you for staying through. Once again, just to say it has been a very enriching experience, and I have the privilege of closing. And so you'll bear with me if I share a few insights as we close for the day. But I'm very confident that this is just building on the momentum, and it will not certainly be the last as we do this. But we've come to the end of these rich conversations, and we really want to appreciate the excellent panel. I would like to ask you to please applaud for the panel. But also the contributions from each and every person from the floor. It has been very much valuable. We've recognized some of the strides made across policy, legislative, budget, and institutional partnership fronts, as you have noticed. And we have actually said this is a country that has laid in leadership commitments, political will, but also in laws, policy, strategies. So the norms speak, but there is a clear political backing to gender equality and women's empowerment. And this is actually central to everything we've been talking about. The interventions implemented by government, UN Women, and the many other partners, I'm sure we would have given everyone, if we have given everyone the chance, everybody will have something to say as to what they are doing on unpaid care. But because we didn't have the time, we wouldn't be able to take stock of them. They have strengthened family, strengthened communities, enhanced economic and social resilience of communities across the board. However small the investments, it doesn't matter how big or small it is, however small, targeted investments can catalyze real change if addressed to the real and lived realities of our communities, especially when it comes to unpaid care in the care economy. There is a huge potential in any investment. But we also recognized the cross-cutting pain points, including harmful social norms that persist and threaten to stall the progress we've made, the gender and financing gap, as Prof said, the coordination challenges, and of course the capacity gaps, among others. I don't want to forget the gender data gap because it was mentioned in CGM's contribution. For us to be able to scale up and sustain the results and all the efforts we've been making. So these are the pain points or the challenges we're facing. So as we go out, these are the things that we'll be carrying forward in our respective portfolios and institutions. And I'm very confident that this conversation has affirmed to you, our distinguished participants, that this dialogue is one of the most important steps in shifting our collective focus from recognition to real action, from commitments to implementation. So as I close this meeting, I have taken a number of notes, but I would just like to focus on the 4 takeaways that are going to be our points of mutual accountability going forward. Number 1, we cannot anymore consider care as a household matter, Cindy. But instead, we need to position unpaid care and care within our broader development agenda as a country. And this gap is not just conceptual, and because it has direct implications on productivity, labor force participation, and inclusive growth, which means we need to reflect on how we prioritize investments, design our programs, or measure our economic contribution. So the opportunity before us, ladies and gentlemen, is to move beyond seeing care as a standalone issue and instead integrate it more deliberately across sectors and financing frameworks. The issue of financing has come out repeatedly, but how do we finance is the question that we are not answering. And one of the answers is really integrating into the way we do our work. Number 2, which is very much related, is we need to invest in care, but also track if the investments we are making an impact. We have made a lot of strides around gender budgets, but we still have questions whether those gender budgets are making an impact. Moving from gender budget to accountability for the use of the budget to address the real needs, the needs that are contextually defined, and benefiting from the voices of the women themselves. And this is where the role of local government becomes critical. Number 3, and I'm very happy our young women brought these perspectives, we need to leverage all types of media to communicate, to mobilize, and to advocate, so that there is a whole of society approach, not a single sector, not few sectors, but a whole of society approach in shaping public narrative. And we recognize your recommendation that we need to really have stronger collaboration with the media and influencers across the board to advance this agenda. Last but not least, there is a need for strong partnerships. And across the different initiatives presented or contributions in this room today, I have noticed there is already a significant experience, resources, and innovation that has not been tapped into properly. And so the challenge and opportunity before us, ladies and gentlemen, is how do we bring this together more effectively? So the call is the need to align, and I'm very happy our colleague from MINECOFIN said it very clearly. There is a lot of fragmentation, everybody's doing this and that. We need to align efforts so that we advance the agenda in a more coherent and results-oriented way. And this is even more critical, and I have to say it honestly, since we are navigating the increasingly constrained resource environment. Funds are not coming. So how do we really work together, prioritize interventions to deliver on multiple returns? So I'll not want to keep you here and come between you and the lunch. In all of these areas, collective action can make significant difference at all levels. So as we go out of this meeting, I would like to call upon you to leave the meeting with commitment, to continue the dialogue, but more concretely to co-create programs beyond dialogue so that we can tangibly address the barriers, the challenges that we talked about across the board. As UN Women, I would like to once again reiterate our commitment to support the implementation of these priorities, but not alone, together with all of you as our key partners so that there is more coordinated and impactful approach. We'll call on you to bring your expertise across the board, join our advocacy and public mobilization efforts, and we'll call on you also to help us apply the lessons in our programs and initiatives, leveraging on our comparative advantages, mandates, and institutions. I would like to finish by thanking our excellent moderator, Prof. Bizoza. It wasn't easy, I believe. There was a lot to be said, but you managed to pull everything together. But also the technical team that has made this possible, both from UN Women, MINALOC. I wish we had, I know all of you are MINALOC, but we also had DG who has been with us throughout the last 2 days, but I was hoping I would see him today. But just to say, we appreciate the technical team across the board, MIGEPROF, my team, Tess, I want to appreciate your leadership and coordination. Thank you so much. And the rest of the team, Karine, Solange, Jean de Dieu, I don't want to list everyone, but those who worked at the front and behind the scene, really for pulling this strategic engagement together. Murakoze Chane. Thank you all for staying through, and I wish our local leaders, local government leaders, a very safe journey, and we look forward to staying in touch with you. Aluta continua, murakoze chane. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are going to start another session. Do you know what that session is? So, for those with appetite, so there is a good communication. You can go to the ground floor and share lunch with us. But if you don't have appetite, we are going to pray for you, and then you have it, and then you have appetite and share with others. So thank you again for everyone. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your contributions. Have a very good day.